No, hey there, friends. Welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Very, very Slant Lima tonight. It's just about as Slant Lima as it gets. Sometimes we're a little bit, tiny bit Slant Lima, but we are whole hog ass Slant Lima tonight. But anyway, thanks for joining us. We are, as I said, we're broadcasting to you live from just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. But in the sim, we are up at Baltimore, Maryland. What I would, I guess, consider my home commercial airport. Whenever I tend to, whenever I travel, I tend to fly out of this airport most of the time, not all the time. Did a West Coast trip to San Francisco and did that out of Dulles because obviously United being big hubs at both of those locations, I was able to get a direct flight there. But most of the time when I travel, I end up flying out of this very airport and as these very gates, as a matter of fact. And as you can obviously tell by the row of Southwest Airlines airliners here, we're at Bravo Pier at Baltimore Washington International Airport. Yeah, I installed, or I thought I installed, the Southwest livery for the PMDG 737-800 series here in VATSIM 2024, which will be flying for you for the first time tonight on the stream. At least the operations center says I installed it, but I sure as heck don't see it. So here we are in the house livery for PMDG, but just please imagine, if you will close your eyes and tilt your head slightly sideways and slightly up toward the sky, and just imagine for a moment that you're looking at Southwest Airlines 737-800 here in Baltimore, as there are many of them on a daily basis. I will troubleshoot the livery issue later, but I didn't want to hold up the stream for that, since we spend most of our time in the cockpit, and of course in the cockpit we have the eyebrow windows, which ruins the immersion for all of you Southwest fans, I know. But anyway, yeah, so I think now we have been flying the 737-700 series on VATSIM 2020. I think the last time that I actually flew an 800 series for you on the stream was the Zibo Mod in X-Plane 11 after VATSIM 2020 had just come out, and were doing kind of most of our GA flying in that, and we kept most of our airliner type flying in X-Plane for a little bit until we started to get more add-on availability in 2020. So it's been a little while since we've done the 800 series. Of course, from the standpoint of the cockpit, they are extremely similar, and I really don't even notice a difference. There was a stream a few months ago where I was in the 700 parked next to a Southwest 800, and I was like, oh, that's massive. That's like a Southwest 757. What's that guy doing? No, it was just 800. It's literally just that much bigger than the 700. I had no idea how big of a difference in size those two aircraft really are. But anyway, we're back in the big boy, and happy to be here and happy to be flying it for you for the first time on the stream here in VATSIM 2024. Crazy Raccoon says hello. Bed Dave is here on a streak. Bed Dave's streaking through our stream already. I thought we kept this family friendly there, Bed Dave, but good to see you streaking through here. Iron Man 210 is with us as well, and we are just about to get this show on the road. It is Midway Monday. VATUSA.net, if you ever want to see what events are coming up within VATUSA. Normally the one that's first is the first banner to pop up, but you can always go under Pilot Tools and Events Calendar, and you can see that it is indeed Midway Monday. They are staffing up from midnight Zulu to 3 o'clock Zulu, so we've only got 3 hours to get out to Midway. We're going to continue on to Minneapolis, St. Paul after that. I'm not sure if we're going to have VATSIM air traffic control for that or whether they will all be packing up shop at that point. But this is the event that we're flying into tonight. Quick program note, we're going to be off on Wednesday, so we're going to miss this Riverwalk event here down over in San Antonio, and then we'll be back with you on Friday. No event scheduled on Friday the 23rd, but we'll be flying the BAE 146 down in Hawaii, so that'll be the program for the coming week. VATSIM radar shows the Chicago's really well staffed up for their Midway Monday event, and right now we do have air traffic control out in Minnesota, in Minneapolis as well. We do have at our home facility of Potomac, approach and departure, and Washington Center, they're online. Looks like we are presently missing Indy Center in the interim. But who knows? Maybe Stu will pop on and cover that, or maybe one of the other controllers will pop on and cover Indy Center for us, or maybe we'll have a gap in the middle where we won't have air traffic control coverage until we start our descent into Chicago. But we'll see how that goes. But this is what we're looking at for right now. All right, let's get to it, friends. So we've already entered the cockpit. There's really not much of a pre-flight walk around to do outside of the plane in this aircraft yet, at least not that I have seen. So we can kind of just skip right back into where we normally start in this aircraft, which is inside. Let us go down to, and I got to figure out all the view controls. Okay, so 3 is that. I think 7. Okay, 7 is the upper part of the panel. So what do I need? 6 is the main one that I'm going to use. So there's 1, 3, and 6. And 4 is down there. Okay, so it's a little different, and I could just change it back to the way I had it before, but it's easy enough to not fight the system and just learn the new numbers. But anyway, let's go to the FS actions here. Ground services, wheel chocks are already set. Let's get some ground power and AC going. Let's go back a page and let's get the front left entry door is already open. But we can get the cargo and equipment hatches up and running as well. Did I not put in a fuel amount? I did. Okay, the fuel amount. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, 26,600 is what we're putting in, but I forgot to put it in one slot in my fuel page, so it did not populate over into my flow list page. So 26,600 is what we're going to start with. So let's go under fuel. And we'll go back and we'll set payload. I just hit random, but I always kind of allow myself to have a reasonable random number. So 139 out of 174, that seems about right. Sometimes it's like 2, 10. I'm going to keep hitting random until a reasonable random number comes up. So there we go, random. And I always do it that way because it affixes a cargo amount that is reasonable for the passenger amount as well. So I just let it choose, but I let it choose randomly within a certain range, if you follow my drift there. All right, payload and fuel are set. So then let's go. I love the little coffee stain down here. Payload and fuel are set. Let's go up top. And let's get the battery switch on and guarded. Emergency light switch guarded as well. Got the little trim rattle there. Love that sound. Let's get position lights to steady. Logo and wheel well lights can come on as well. Ground power bus. Ding. And then let's up top. Let's get the IRS knobs aligning. I always set that to the 30-second alignment. There's two things I could do. Number one, I could simulate that I was taking over the aircraft from another crew, and I would not necessarily need to start it from cold and dark, which is the more common situation in the real world. Number two, I could go ahead and roll along with my checklist while the things align, and it takes maybe about 10 minutes. It's different depending on where you are in relation to the equator, but 10 minutes more or less, and then you can kind of come back and do the switch them over to nav and then turn on the yaw damper, and then of course that's when your nav displays come up as well. But I always like to just kind of knock it out, get it out of the way, and like I said, more often than not, you're not even really taking over a plane from cold and dark like we are obsessed with doing in the sim. So we can just do that and just call it done. Yaw damper can come on then. We've already got our clearance. It is the Foxhole 1 departure of Ram AQ-72 Hackstay 149 Fort Wayne, and then the Pang 7 into Midway. I've got that, of course we're showing that on VATSIM radar. I've got it plugged into SkyVector as well. Let's just start pulling up some charts. Airport diagram for Baltimore. And then we'll just pick up the Foxhole 1 departure. So there's BWI. There's the Foxhole 1. We're going to be launching off at 2.8. It's the normal westbound flow here. Let me get V-Pilot back in front of me so I can show you that. Didn't say that here, but if you go under messages, you go under BWI-ATIS, Victor's current 3001. We'll get that tuned in here in just a moment. So a visual approach 33 left and 33 right, departing 28 and 33 right. So we know we've got one of two departure runways. Well, the way the BWI works is that 33 right is the general aviation runway. And so, yeah, here it is over here on the right side of the airport. Commercially, they arrive on 33 left, and then they depart 28. And that way, you know, you always end closest to the terminal, you always start closest to the terminal. The crossing is managed by the tower controller as they weave the arrivals and departures together. But here we are, right here, kind of just a beam where Romeo comes in, right here on the west side, the Tango taxiway side of Bravo Pier, and then we'll taxi out this way to Tango, and then uniform 128, and then depart out that way. But anyway, so we got our clearance. Comm radios, yeah, we've got a Potomac approach on 119.85. Wait a minute, 4 is the radio panel, yeah. 1985 is our only controller to speak to at the moment. So we'll go ahead and swap that in. And yeah, we can start to hear that chatter going on. So we got the ATIS, we got the clearance. Comm radios are set to go. Altimeter we said was, I think, 3001. So let's come back to the front screen here. 3001.
And Potomac 7 Alpha Mike, we're past our last waypoint here, proceeding direct unless you've got vectors for us.
November 247 Alpha Mike.
3001.
Proceed direct Martin State and descend and maintain 3000.
Direct Martin State.
And 143 is field elevation, and that's pretty close to what's showing there. And we'll hop down and we'll go ahead and get into the FMC. It's not going to show us our nav displays until we initialize our position, so we will do that. I'm going to go to the next page, grab one of the... Oh, these are off by a tenth. That's interesting. You don't see that too often. Point 2 is the one that is in the memory, so we'll go with that as the more accurate one. And we'll paste that in there. Okay, we're good. We'll go to the route. We're starting from BWI.
3311 radar contact. Climb maintain flight level 210.
We're going to Midway.
Cap 1832.
Just to get a head start on our arrival, and anything can change between now and then. 280 at 7, so we're most likely going to be arriving on 22 left. So we'll just plan for that for now, and then we'll verify that and adjust if necessary later on. But for departures and arrivals, departing on Baltimore, we said it's the Foxhole 1 to, where is it? To Ramay. And we know it's going to be off at 28, so we'll put that into the route. We'll go to the next page, and after Ramay, it's Q72 to Hax. Go then from Hax, it's J149 to Fort Wayne. J149 to Fwa. And then Pang 7 into, so departures and arrivals. Let's do the arrivals in the Midway. It's the Pang 7 from Fwa. And we think it's going to be the RNAV Yankee 22 left. That's the most common approach they use there. And the, you know what? Let's just look at it. Pang 7, open and open, and rotator.
Walker 5577, welcome to Dallas, back to Kilo for the round.
And rotator. So yeah, so that fork ends at tact at 3000, so there's a tact transition onto the approach, so we'll just go ahead and
we have pressure sensitive cargo on board. We can only do 400
grab that.
feet per minute downward.
Roger, that's fine.
Okay, we'll put that into the routes and activate and execute. We'll go over to performance initialize. Cost index, we'll just go 74 because why not? Reserves are 5.2. That's what I've calculated to get to our reserve of Milwaukee. Zero fuel weight. If you double click, it'll populate in. We said we're going to go 360 as our cruise, and we can execute all that. And one limits, if I was a real world captain, I would be duty bound to reduce the takeoff thrust and or reduce the climb thrust if it was safe to do so without jeopardizing performance, to ensure we save wear and tear and fuel. But I am not a real world airline captain, and I'm just going to use the full rates on both of those.
1894, just going to maintain 5.
Let's go to the takeoff page. We're going to go flaps 5. This is fairly standard. We'll double click the center of gravity. It'll populate in. And here's our V speed. So 142 is V1. That means if we have any safety critical items prior to reaching 142, we'll abort. If we exceed 142, we will go 2 more knots and we'll rotate at 144. At that point, if we've got 2 functioning engines, we'll pitch to maintain 173. If we got 1 functioning engine, we'll pitch to maintain 153. At which point we'll retract flaps and decide what we're doing once we reach 1,000 feet. 5.11 on the trim, we'll enter that here in just a moment. Let's just get 173 we said was V2 plus 20, so that's what we're going to pitch to. Initially, we're going to start in LNAV mode because we are, this procedure doesn't say expect vectors, it just says proceed direct FLEN. So we are going to indeed start it right into LNAV and VNAV. I am, however, going to set the heading bug to runway heading just in case we have any kind of issue and then we end up needing to return to the airport. So 285 is runway heading, so that'll be set just kind of as a plan B.
Alpha, you're now outside the Washington Tri-Air, it's not from our space. Would you like flight following?
The initial altitude on that is, I think it was 17,000, yeah? Yeah, 17. Since I control at Baltimore, you'd think I would know that. And in fact, I did. But some of them are 16, some of them are 17, some of them are 14, and I always kind of struggle to remember which is which sometimes. So there's 17,000 set, and we're good to go. And we're in LNAV and VNAV. Auto throttle and flight directors are on. Let us get the map range turned up.
Yeah, 180, turn off mic.
Roger.
Traffic, data.
Epidemic 7 Alpha Mike, I will say I have a 40 knot crosswind right to left. That might be impacting.
Okay, and then RTO set. And transponder 3565, which is what was offered to us in our pre-departure clearance. 3, 5, 6, 5.
Gamma Jet 1894.
And into transponder mode.
4,000, and let me know if you have the airport in sight.
4,000, we'll let you know. Gamma Jet 1894.
Alright, so we're actually kind of getting underway a little sooner than I thought. That's good, though. Let's go to the menu, and let's do some ground services, or actually not ground services, let's do doors first. We're going to close the front entry. I was going to disarm.
Clear visual approach, runway 1.
I know they should all be armed at this point, right? But we're just going to have them sitting there unarmed. That's more of a... That's the cabin crew takes care of that. The captain doesn't take care of that. But just for sim purposes of not accidentally bumping something, I'm going to have them all disarmed. And then let's go to the next page and close the cargo and equipment hatches. We can return here. What else we need? That's it there for now. We are going to keep on that page while we got some other stuff to do on that menu page before we really rock and roll. Let's get the seatbelt signs on. Kimo-G is with us. Kimo-G, good to see you. Oh, I don't know if I said... Did I say hi to everybody? Crazy Raccoon, I said hello. I don't know if I did or not, but yeah, we talked about Bed Dave's Watch Streak, Iron Man. Yeah, so I hope I said hello to everybody, and then Kimo-G popped in
Southwest
and
2258,
is
runway 19.
making a path to grab a seat.
American 3161,
All right,
radar contact, stay altitude.
So seatbelt signs. Did I get the seatbelt signs on? Yeah, I did. Let's get the
American 3161,
left inner fuel pump. Let's fire up the APU. While we're waiting for that to crank up, we can get the parking brake set. I believe it already is, but we'll double check. And is that? Do I have it on this control? Yes, I do. Okay, good. Move some stuff around. So parking brake is set, and that means we are able to. While we're waiting for the APU to power up, we can start getting window heat on. We'll leave the heat off for now. Pressurization, we're going to be at 36,000. And 600. So I have that set already. 36,000 for cruise, 600 for landing. That's funny timing. Okay, the APU is starting to settle back in, and we can get switched over electricity and air conditioning. So we'll be providing our own electricity on board. We're now providing APU bleed and ISO valve open. So now packs are on. So now we're providing our own electricity. We're providing our own bleed power to run the air conditioning. So at this point, we can go ahead and disconnect everything. And we already verified the parking brake, so we can just and if all you got to do is switch the wheel chocks, it'll throw off the lines for you already. So one click, stop there. All right, let's get a real quick briefing on weather. Yeah, it looks like most of the worst of the weather is to our northeast today. So what? We got above standard pressures in the surface area through here. And what's the
123.7, thank you, 2358.
7 knot winds? They're calling for gusty winds later on. Very high pressure, so yeah, it doesn't look like we got, hard to see exactly from, this is all surface observations, but looks like it's a pretty good day for flying, so let's let our passengers know what we see. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Southwest Airlines Flight 514 service to Midway, Chicago. We are going to be pushing back from the gate here within about 5 minutes, might even be a little bit early, and we expect an on-time departure, wheels up, anticipated to be by about quarter till the hour. Flight time once we're airborne is 1 hour 32 minutes. And we'll be cruising at 36,000 feet for you today. Weather at our origin is very favorable. Light winds, fairly high pressure. We do not anticipate too many bumps as we climb up to our cruise. And, of course, once we get up there, we'll do our best to find the smooth pocket of air to cruise in for you as we make our way up to Chicago Midway. Thanks again for flying with us. Go ahead and get buckled in. We'll get underway shortly. And we appreciate having you on Southwest Airlines Flight 514 service to Chicago Midway.
777, maintain 17,000.
All right, up top, let's get the wheel well light off, anti-collision light on. We're going to westbound. Okay, we already got that set to the left. The rest of the fuel pumps can come on. I believe we do have fuel in the center tanks as well, so we'll get all that turned on. Let's get the electric hydraulic pumps on as well. And let's go ahead and get our pushback set. Now we're pushing back onto taxiway Tango, so we are going to need to request that from our controller. So all we're going to do here is pre-plan it and get the tug on the way. We're not going to start moving just yet.
JetBlue 7, your fuel with departure center is on 3372.
So we'll just push straight back out to Tango. We know we're going to be facing to the left to taxi. No, we're going to be facing to the right to taxi down to runway 28. But the typical protocol here at Baltimore is to push straight and then turn when you get your taxi instruction. I think we can swap that over to leg page, by the way. And real quick, just while I'm thinking of it, Again, we don't know 100% that this is going to be our arrival runway, but we'll go ahead and put this in the fixed page. We'll throw a 4-mile ring around it and a 10-mile ring around it. We'll talk about later why we do that. And then, yeah, I think we're ready to talk. Ready to talk to Potomac. Let's just refresh our ATIS information. Make sure it's still Victor. Oh, no, it's Whiskey now. Anything change? 3008, 3005, 300 at 8, 3005. Okay, same operating direction. So we're going to call with Whiskey rather than Victor, and let's make sure our altimeter is set to 3005. Okay, a little higher.
Let me know if you have the weather, if you need the weather for
A little higher than last time. Okay.
November 347 Alpha Mike, turn left heading 360, join the runway 33 localizer and report Martin State in sight.
Left 360, join the localizer and we'll report the airport in sight, 7 Alpha Mike.
Approach Southwest 514 at Baltimore Information Whiskey, looking to push on the Tango.
Southwest 514, Potomac departure, hello, push on to Tango is approved, expect runway 28.
Expect 28, push on the Tango, Southwest 514, thanks. Okay, parking brake is off. I said parking brake is off, there we go. Alright, we were rocking. Let's get up top. We're going to start with the right side, right pack off, right ground start. Okay, we'll wait until about 20%. 20%, fuel comes in.
Alpha, do you have or do you need the weather for Salisbury?
Okay, we're starting to see rotation on top.
November 266 Alpha, roger, weather at Salisbury, wind calm, visibility 10, sky clear, temperature -3, dew point -6, altimeter 3006.
Okay, looks like a stable start, and number 2 is clicked off.
We have Martin State in sight.
So pack, Jen, pack, start.
That's the visual retreat Mountain State 3% on flight.
Potomac departure number 516 Gulf at Baltimore, ready to tap speed.
About 20% in. Okay, parking brake can come back on.
Potomac departure, hello, runway 33 right, taxi to Quebec.
20% in. Let's get some fuel going. Okay.
347 Alpha Mike, Martin State, wind 330 at 9, runway 33 clear to land.
Runway 33 clear to land, 7 Alpha Mike.
Camber 24, radar contact, stay altitude.
9,700 to 3,000, Camber.
Alright, looks like we got a good start on that side as well. Let's get the pack back on. Jen back on, and since the engines provide... Oh, let's get bleeds on. So now engine's providing bleed source, so we can turn that off and turn that back to auto. Engine's now providing electricity, so we can turn the APU off as well.
November 266 Alpha, roger, make trading, runway 14.
Still have not figured out how to get a control surface monitor on this aircraft. I've got it enabled in the options, but I just don't have the right screen set up. I'm not sure. But we'll just say that somebody on the outside verified all our control surfaces moved as directed. We'll get flaps 5 set. 5.11 was our trim. That's going to be there. Okay. We'll jump up top, get our probe heat on, and then that should be the last of our warnings. We'll confirm that. Okay. And then we'll get the parking brake off, hold the brakes, and spool up the engines just a little bit. That's our configuration check. We don't hear any bonk, bonk, bonk warnings, then we are good. Potomac, Southwest 514 at Baltimore. We're ready to taxi off of Bravo 8.
Southwest 514, runway 28, taxi via Tango, uniform 1.
Tango, uniform, and uniform 1 to 28. Southwest 514.
Potomac approach, good evening, Southwest 1337, Clipper at 12,000.
Southwest 1337, Potomac approach, hello, descend via the Clipper 3 arrival, Washington landing north, Baltimore, altimeter 3005.
Brake check. Brakes are good.
Descend via the Clipper 3 arrival, copy landing north, altimeter 3005, Southwest 1337.
Honda
Taxi light.
516 Golf, wind at Baltimore 3008, runway 23 right, clear for takeoff. 23 right, clear for takeoff,
That's Papa. Oh, that's Echo. Right? Yeah, that's Echo. Got one more left turn to make, and then here's uniform, kind of straight ahead. You'd think I would know this, as much as I control here. Alright, taxi light brake check. We got the minimum departure fuel is 14.2. We should have plenty. Yeah, we got about twice that because we got enough for both legs. So weather, terrain, and transponder. I love the realistic kind of, rocking side to side as you go around these turns now too. That's a nice touch I don't remember seeing in the earlier versions of this plane.
American 67, Potomac, hello, figure location. We're just about to pull off, we're heading down to you, we have information on this. Oh, there you are, sorry. American 67, Potomac, hello.
Okay, let's get weather. Terrain, a little early for the TA and RA, but we'll get that done now.
American 67, Roger.
We are going to be first in line when we get up there, so we'll go ahead and alert the cabin crew. And then in a moment they'll report back that they're secure. We'll go ahead and flip that chime switch on just as our reminder that we've done that. Comm radios are set already. We're already talking to our departure controller.
Sorry, American 67 is expected. For now, are you comfortable staying at 10?
So all the forward-facing lights are over here. Go ahead and turn the taxi light off as we're basically going to be holding position short of the runway. When we are cleared to enter the runway, hey, Band Slam is here. When we're cleared to enter the runway, we'll turn this clear for takeoff 28, Southwest 514. So we're clear to enter the runway. We flip that over to flash, and we're clear to take off. We'll go ahead and put all our forward-facing lights on as well. All right, normally I would spool the engines up, make sure there's no vibrations or other alerts. Sometimes when I do that, and then I go into toga, and then I pull my physical throttles back down on my Bravo, sometimes that kicks the other throttle off. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say that we've spooled up the engine slightly. Everything is fine, so we're just going to take it directly into toga. A little bit of a cynism there. Okay, runway 28 confirmed. Are we ready? Chicago, here we come.
November 266 Alpha, welcome to Salisbury.
Love that roar when it gets going. There it goes.
Your speed alive.
Okay, yeah, we have a little bit of forward pressure on the yoke until we get up to 80, but there's 80. That just kind of helps you keep steering authority, but you can release that now. Okay, our V1 and rotator coming up.
V1, rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb.
Okay, I'm going to bring the gear up. Pitch to maintain the V2 plus 20 up to 1,000.
37, just going to maintain 6,000. At 6,000 and maintain 250, Southwest 1537. Southwest 514, radar contact failed.
Southwest 514 is 1,800 going to 17,000 via the SID.
Solid approach for the 225, 17,000 to the cap.
Delta 325, Potomac approach.
Okay, bring the flaps up.
17,600, Washington altimeter 3006.
Altimeter 3006 for the 325.
Delta 325 is
Okay, post departure. Oh, I did not get the continuous ignition on. That was one thing I should have done. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, so continuous ignition should have been on during takeoff. That can come back off now. We can center the gear handle. Go back to auto brake off. And that should be it, right?
4520 with you. Going through the Cat 3 right.
Yeah, gear and flaps came up.
United 4520, Potomac approach also with you, stay by trouble.
Gear handle and auto brake. Okay.
We are flight level 210 right now. Descending to 18,000. United 4520.
All right. The one thing we didn't touch on. One thing we didn't touch on, and I apologize for forgetting to mention this, is the other thing we've got going on is our slant artwork adventure. This is an activity that we had done a year and a half ago or so, and resurrected it a month and a half ago or so. So for every stream, I feed a description into the chat as far as the creation of ChatGPT, rather. That creates an image that is representative of what we're doing on tonight's stream. So for tonight's stream, I'll show you what I've created so far. When I show it to you, then if you want to add to or modify that image, you simply need to get in on the queue by cashing in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your Alphabits points. At the bottom of the chat panel, the Alphabet serial icon represents those channel points and tells you how many you have. And then you click on that button to get in on the queue, and you can, once you're called, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. Here's where we are tonight. To start with, they got me in a captain's uniform standing in front of the Bean in Chicago. So you see that, and you want to make some sort of an addition or modification to that, you can cash in 500 of those channel points and let me know what you'd like to do. All right, we're through 10,000. We can get the forward-facing lights off. And then let's do a pressurization check. We should see the differential pressure should be about a third of the way up through its range. About 1/3 at 10,000, about 2/3 at 18. And then fully up right up to the red marks at cruise. You can see the cabin altitude, perceived altitude based on the densities. A little more than 1,000. And it's climbing.
14, maintain flight level 230.
To 230, Southwest 514.
November 516 Golf, contact Washington Center on 163.72 feet. 133.72, thanks for the call. Southwest 514, same for you, contact Washington Center 163.72, enjoy your flight.
3372 Southwest 514, we'll see you.
Approach, good evening, United 2218 at 2, ready for taxi.
Number direction of the line, can you take line 340?
Sure, I'll take 340,
Number 1.
Yeah, no, Strudel, I just forgot to do that for the takeoff. I normally do that. When I got the when I took the runway, I flipped all the lights on, and the knobs are like right there, so I should have remembered to do that. Washington Center Southwest 514 is 13,700 going to 230.
Delta 90, 47H, flight 270. Delta 90, 47H, flight 270.
Here's our Potomac
Cushion camber 24, leave my airspace, clearance.
Potomac River here.
Service terminated because change of critical line.
This is the infamous river that you follow for the river visual.
Southwest 514, Washington Center, good evening, climb 18, level 320, ditch traffic.
320 Southwest 514. So we had filed 360. He's giving us 320 for now.
And then maintain 1,000, body altimeter 3005.
So yeah, this is the Potomac that you follow down into DC.
1,000, 11,000.
DCA right there. And a matter of fact, just south of there, we just heard announced in some of the local groups that they're going to build a second edition of the Sphere, the famous Sphere in Las Vegas. Yeah, they're going to build that in National Harbor, which is on the Maryland side, Prince George's County side, just down past Washington National. So right in that area is where the second Sphere will go, and you'll be able to eventually see that in your sim scenery too, I imagine.
Clear to Drake, able to Canyon 1 departure, auto transition, Dennis 5, maintain 4,000, spot 2.61.
5
Coming through 18,000, we'll switch from local to standard pressure. We are no longer at 17,900. We're at flight level 180. That coincides with that switch from local pressure to standard pressure. And we'll do another check of the pressurization. So the differential pressure should be about 2/3 of the way up. It is now, and the cabin pressure is still climbing at a normal rate, and it's showing not quite 3,000 climbing there, at about 500 feet a minute. So everything's good in terms of the pressurization. There we go, now I can get the progress button. So I accidentally took out all my arrow key functions that move my view around. So I can switch to the different views, but I can't just like slide to the right like I do. I gotta put all those arrow functions back. So I'm flipping around, you're like, where's a view I can actually see the progress page at? So there we go. So Cyril says, I got my hands on a 32-inch 2K, pairing that with my 27-inch on the right. Yeah, should be putting those to good use getting back into flight sim. Yeah, it's a good setup for controlling, too, if you ever get into a position where you're controlling airborne traffic. It's good to kind of have that second monitor. You can spread the displays out so you can see what's going on, and then the second monitor becomes all your charts and references and clearances and stuff.
Southwest 624 Washington Center. Listed transponder score 1631.
So it looks like we got Cleveland Center on. Looks like we're still missing Indy, so we may end up switched over to advisories here for a little bit. We'll see what happens. Oh, well, good for... So Chicago staffs up O'Hare, At the same time, they staff up Midway. Just because everyone's going to go to O'Hare, but tonight, looks like Midway is getting a decent amount of love. It is a Midway Monday, after all, but good to see people actually going to Midway on Midway Monday. Is that,
Number 5164, same mark number.
usually you see a 441, you think it might be 757 Spy. But I don't think he usually identifies his home airport as Seattle. I don't know, that could be him. What's he doing?
514, same mark number.
Southwest 514, we're 7-6 right now.
Number 5164, did you say Mach .67 or Mach .76?
Mach point 63.
63, roger.
So yeah, it looks like that's our very good friend 757 Spy flying the possibly the very same airplane I'm flying. Looks like in the title it says the 738 in flights in 2024. Yeah, so it's the very same aircraft that you see before you right now.
223 traffic on your left wing, or 9 o'clock, 4 miles.
There's Mr. 757 Spy. See, he's got the livery installed. I've dropped the ball on that one.
And we have that traffic site where it's at 223.
There's a 223 due to that traffic. Unable to request at this time. Maintain flight 400.
400 is at 223.
Okay, so here's traffic passing over top of us. So possibly after this one passes, we'll be able to get up to our filed cruise of 360.
Southwest 2358, discard.
Airline Spokesman, can we just send a 350 or 370?
Spirit Curve, descend main to flight 350.
Descend to 350 for responsible.
Spirit Curve, I'm noticing you're having difficulty maintaining assigned altitude. Do you require further assistance?
We're maintaining the 350. We're going to see if that works.
10 Lil Panda Cage. I had to look at that username for a moment and figure out how to say it. I hope I said it close. It says, hello from Denmark, doing a little trip to Reykjavik. On VATSIM, right? You're not actually actively traveling to Reykjavik while you're talking to me. Although that's not out of the question, right? I mean, I get the Wi-Fi pretty much every time I fly now. But yeah, good to talk to you. Yeah, if you guys want to see outside, you can see how badly I botched the assignment in terms of getting the Southwest livery installed. The Ops Center says it's installed. It's a liar, though. So we're just in our standard house livery here. Uh-oh, he's coming right for us.
Southwest 2358, radio check, please.
Number 4695 Drew, Washington Center. Clearance request. Stand by. Due to workload, expect delays for up to 10 minutes. If you do not receive clearance after 10 minutes, call me back. Delta 1, wind 1903, any runway you want?
We're looking to do the ILS for 3-1 if we can, 00.
Oh, so I'm following somebody also going to KBWI and Midway. So actually, he's not coming right for us. We're chasing him. We're chasing him down.
Right 100 down to 5. That gets ready to approach Delta Zone.
And we can. So we need the airport diagram of Baltimore anymore. We've pretty much completed the. Whoops! Didn't mean to pull that out. So Pang, and then we're kind of assuming Arnav Yankee 22 right. That's 22 left rather. 22 left. And then we can get the
Washington Center, I'm sorry, was that for Wolfere Center 1?
Yes, leaving my space 22.8 to 9.
Center 1 to 2.8 for Wolfere Center 1. Have a good night. Thanks for the ATC.
Amex 2392, contact to make approach 119.85 to 9.
Okay, so Pang 7 arrival, that's what we filed. RNAV Yankee 22 left, that's what we're expecting. And then there's our 22 left, and then our gate is right out on the tip of this western pier.
Southwest 514, climb 18, 360.
Right up to 360 now, Southwest 550, thanks. Alright, so get it spun up to 360, but now let's check. Did it go into altitude capture already? It may have.
Can I get a new heading? My
No, okay, it's still climbing.
There's a 01 time wide heading 110.
110 for Delta Zero.
Okay, so we're good.
Sam, Watch 7 Whiskey Mike's approaching 19, ready?
We can close the A cars down. I always say don't close this until you're airborne, because how many times have you gotten halfway out and you realize, oh no, I never set the squawk code, when now I don't remember what it is, now I gotta ask him. You know what I mean? I always just whatever, and then or oh no, what's my departure frequency? I always say just, you know, don't close that until after you're airborne. Are we close enough to receive Midway's ATIS? Not quite in range yet, but we can cheat. We can get dot ATIS KMDW underscore ATIS. Ooh, they're landing part 3-1. Okay.
Number 517 Whiskey Mike, wind 1604, line runway heading, runway 19er, cleared for takeoff.
Cover the wind, 19 clear for takeoff, runway heading 7 Whiskey Mike.
Delta 1, turn 10 to the left, descend via pilot's discretion, maintain 3000.
10 to the left and down to 3 for Delta Zero. Center left 100 coming past 8,000 to 17,000 on the bus 3.
Alaska 100 Washington Center, good evening. Climb and maintain flight 360.
So they're arriving 3-1, so we'll have to switch that up. Yeah, 3-1 right.
Southwest 717, contact to make approach 119.85, good night.
119er flight.
Luke departures expect 3-1 right. Previous 3-1 right is now Taxiway Hotel, 3-1 Center renamed to 3-1 right. Gotcha, so this Taxiway Hotel, might be depicted in the scenery as a runway, and this might say 3-1 Center in the scenery. So we'll have to be sure we're landing on the correct surface when we get there. We might have to sidestep by hand. Yeah, oh dog, I know. Yeah. Mozzie is our middle child. He's now taken over the task of investigating all suspicious noises, which are usually Mrs. Slam.
Washington Center, could you be Southwest 1288, climbing 11,900. Southwest 1288, Washington Center, good.
Okay, so if we're going to land 3-1 right.
Delta 1, if you don't want extensive delay, the airport is 10 o'clock when you're on airport.
ILS alert 3-1 right, so let's get ready to...
Unfortunately, I am in a slight cloud layer at the moment, so I do not have the airport for Delta Zero.
Delta 1, roger.
Okay, so 3-1 right.
Yep, just gonna call you there. We're out of 2,000 for 4,000.
ILS or loc. Did it say ILS or loc? I'm sorry.
Washington Center, radar contact. Living 3,000.
This is visual approach. So we'll prep the ILS 3-1 right, but we'll expect the visual. So it comes off of the point Hills and Gleam. And so what does that do? Okay, so that's another one that directly connects from the arrival. So there's a hills, at the waypoint hills, and so we'll connect that in with 3-1 right.
Exit 223, the traffic that was conflicting disconnected, climb maintain flight report to you.
Okay, well, let's get that adjusted. We'll go departures and arrivals,
Exit 223, climb maintain flight report to you.
ILS 31 right from hills. Execute and route.
Maintain speed 180.
Flowing 180, and any chance I can go down to 2,000 for Delta 1?
Delta 1 heavy, descend and maintain 2,000.
So let's now double check that once we get to Fort Wayne,
and Delta 1 heavy, report inside, it will be a 10 o'clock.
Mackie, Bagel, and Pang. Right, with Mackie at 240. And then after Pang, we got Meg's awesome with these restrictions here. Meg's awesome, IROC, Haley, and then after Haley, it's Eljo and Hills. So let's make sure all that's in there with those altitudes that I just showed you. So Pang, and then it's Meg's at 11, awesome at 10, IROC, Haley at 6, and then it should be Eljo at 6 and Hills at 5. And then if we do
there was a station requesting clearance, second course sign.
End up on that ILS 31 right, which I accidentally just closed. After Hills.
Delta 1 heavy, any lock?
Leave it 4, run set 25.
Delta 1 heavy, turn left heading.
Hobel at 17, and then the runway. Okay, so let's change the fix page. And we'll put our rings over 3-1 left. Or 3-1 right, rather. Okay. So all that's updated based on our best information. Okay, we are at 360, so we can turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. And let's do one more pressure check. Yep, so the differential pressure should be right up under the red mark. Cabin should no longer be climbing, and cabin altitude should be sitting at something reasonable like 7,500. So we are good there.
Southwest Remediate, climbing to flight 380. Climbing to 380, Southwest Remediate.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 36,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. Looks like we're in nice smooth air for right now. Doesn't look like that's going to change. We're above the cloud layers in this area, so hopefully it'll stay nice and smooth for you. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Giordano's Pizza. So do sit back, relax, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Chicago once we are ready to start our descent. Thanks again for flying with us, Southwest Airlines.
358, I'm not seeing you almost 30 plus aircraft in my space, so you can call it 2.8.
122.8, thank you, 2358.
Southwest 624, cross SO at maintain 10,000, speed 250.
Say again?
Southwest 624, cross SO, speed 250 and maintain altitude 10,000.
What's the altitude you cut out on me? I'm sorry.
10,000.
250 at 10,000, SO for Southwest 624.
Delta 1, airport Cerrito head 5 miles.
Yeah, we're established now. We can continue visual if we have to for Delta 1.
Delta 1, heavy clear visual approach runway 31 and wind 2003, runway 31 clear to land.
Put the land 31 for Delta 01, thank you.
Delta 904, contact ultimate approach 119.85 to 9.
Did Spy make it down? Yeah, Spy must have made it down to Chicago. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, he got his livery installed. Oh, well, kind of a trumpet eye, am I?
That's a 7 Fox, 30 minutes at a cockpit, sorry.
Station calling, say again.
Out of the 59 Fox, requesting 30 minutes at, 30 minutes at a cockpit.
Delta 9, question 5, 9 Foxtrot, approval up to 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes is currently out of the 59 Fox, thank you.
1% of Delta 4, GMVC faster than 110
Southwest 482 Washington Center, good evening, climb maintain flight 300.
300 for 14.
All right.
Washington Center, good evening. Pilot Club 178 descending through flight level 30.
Cabin pressure check, seatbelt signs, passenger briefing, and didn't check the fuel and balance, but yeah, everything's okay there.
Washington Center, Delta 1624 with you, 10,000 feet, for Ronald Reagan. On back to 30.
Last station was Air Canada.
Delta 5724.
So I guess we're going to follow this guy all the way up to Chicago.
5724. I'm having difficulty finding you. Besides, if you're coming from New York, you should contact directly to Potomac 119.85.
Roger, okay. Center, good evening, American 5, coming through 13,500 for level 230.
Station with the takeoff warning sound in the background until you are blocked, setting call sign only.
Sorry, it's American 1065.
I think he might be a little busy.
With the takeoff warning, it's kind of hard to understand, but I heard 1065, American 1065, Washington Center, good evening, climate flight 270.
Oh, 270, sorry about that, American 1065.
And level 5047.
You might want to fix whatever's going wrong in your plane, dude. Aviate, then navigate and communicate. Everything's fine. Yeah, we're.
1045.
I think we've got that.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
I'm at 1145 Washington Center. Good evening.
Washington Center, good evening. Southwest 2001. We're about to climb through 15,000 for 1717.
Southwest 2001 Washington Center. Good evening.
Washington Center, hello, and November 529er Delta Victor with you. Just coming up on 151.
So it does look like we are going to end up on advisories here for a little bit.
Southwest 624 Space.
Guy ahead is at 34,000 feet, although it looks a higher.
And in November 232 Charlie Lima Washington Center.
I'm at 36. He looks like he's higher.
2 Charlie with
He's
you,
at 34.
350, just past Charlie VOR.
So that's weird.
Roger. And number 516 Corp, leave my space in the central plan radar service terminate vector exchange group cannot.
But it's timely that we're about to get handed over to advisors because
November 529 Delta Victor, flight level 170 just off of Washington.
there's our other Delta Victor that we hear on the frequency recently.
That might be minor, but we shall see.
Alright, flight level 3609 Delta Victor.
And attention station heading to Chicago Midway due to traffic load expected delay vectors.
If you're going to give me a delay vector, you better give me quick because I'm about to leave your airspace.
November 5047 with you, flight level 249, I'm sorry, 239, 430.
That was plot station climbing to 27 something to somewhere, taking cosine.
It's going to be Endeavor 5047.
Endeavor 5047 Washington Center, good evening, climb maintain flight 330.
430, Endeavor 5047.
Pilot Club 178, Zambia gives 5 arrival landing north, $3008.
Yeah. Yeah, so, no, good fixes. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant.
Southwest 514, leaving my space in the central climb, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved. Southwest 514, we'll see it. So good. So he's not able to give us delay vectors into Chicago because we're no longer in his airspace.
Sweet.
So we'll go ahead and get that on, and then I think we can monitor 22 or 21.5 on COM 2 just in case Indy Center happens to pop online and wants to try and raise us. So we'll go ahead and do that. And how do we do that? I think it's that button. Yeah. But yeah, no, good fixes, and of course I think you've done some controlling too, so you know, like if you have two people calling at the same time, instead of just going blocked or two at once, say again, you know, choose one that you heard something of and tell that one to go ahead, regardless of, you know, you didn't hear the whole thing, but whatever guy just said blank, say again. So that's what our center controller, our center controller does a good job of that. I worked with him before, and I've worked with him as a controller. I work with him, and he does a real good job at frequency management in terms of like, I'm not going to just go, that was a lot of people, somebody say again. Okay, I heard this little piece. Whoever said that little piece, you go. You know, so it's an effective tool in terms of trying to manage the chaos a little bit. All right, well, since we're over on advisories, and since I'm a little off cycle with my normal liquid recycling brake, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the cockpit for just a little bit. Won't be too long, just in case. Yeah, be specific or they'll just keep stepping on each other. Yeah, who was the aircraft that most needed to talk to us? Well, they all think they're the ones that most need to talk to you. So I won't be too long, just because, just in case Indy Center does happen to pop online, I want to make sure that we stay close. But I'm going to just pop out for a normal, quick liquid recycling break, and we'll be right back. Don't forget, guys, our slant artwork adventure. I'll show you the image that we fed into, or that Chat GPT fed back to us. I gave it just a brief description of an image to create something that would be representative of tonight's stream. And then if you want to add to that image or modify that image somehow, just need to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, and then when I call you in the chat, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify this image. So for tonight, since we're doing this, you want to trip up to Chicago. We got me there in my captain's uniform, standing in front of the Chicago beat. So again, 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. If you want to get in on that action and modify that somehow, just let me know. But I'm going to step out, and I will be right back. Little liquid recycle break, and we'll be back with you. Lots of flying left to do. We're heading to Chicago Midway for Midway Monday and the PMDG 737-800 Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Then we're going to head on to Minneapolis after that. So we'll be back in a little bit. Talk to you then. Just a moment. All right, friends, we are back. Appreciate your patience. Live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. We are heading up to Chicago Midway here in the sim in the PMDG 737-800 series, the new version of the PMDG 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. So I've been one of the late adopters. It's so funny. I was one of the first purchasers of Flight Sim 2024, but I've been a late adopter just because we've been waiting for a little bit of stability to come into the sim, usable, predictably usable, and stable to operate on stream and on VATSIM. But secondly, just to make sure that we are, we had many of our add-ons, our favorite aircraft available in the sim. So finally, after just over a year of waiting, we've got 4 aircraft now that we've ported over into Flight Sim 2024 that have been updated and are compatible with the sim. Some of them even have their own new versions that were released for Flight Sim 2024. So the 4 aircraft we've got in the hangar officially as of right now are the A2A Simulations Comanche, the FlySimware Lear 35, which I said in a Discord post today, my favorite aircraft to fly in the sim by far. My least favorite aircraft to land in the sim by far. I got some insight on that today I'll share with you in a little bit. Anyway, so the A2A Comanche, the FlySimware Lear, the BAE 146 from Just Flight. I did that on a test flight last night. It flies beautifully. I can't wait to fly that for you on Friday. We're going to fly that for you down in the Hawaiian Islands. And then this aircraft would be number 4. So we have, and I've done, I've got all 4 of those set up and tested and working in this sim now. So we've officially migrated over completely. And the only exception is going to be our vintage Cross the Inside Passage flight, which we're going to be doing on Saturday, January the 31st. An all-day trip in the PMDG DC-6. So and I've heard that works in 2024, but I'm probably going to just put it on the shelf for a little while. So we'll just do one more flight in Flight Sim 2020 that day, January 31st, 2026. We're going to take off from Anchorage, Alaska. We're going to fly that DC-6 all the way down to Seattle. So it's going to be probably about a 6 and change, maybe 7-hour flight, 6.5 or so. Kind of an all-day stream. We'll probably split stream it. We'll probably stream the departure out of Anchorage, and then we'll take it all the way up to cruise. We're going to establish on cruise. We're going to establish on our route, and then I'll probably step aside for a little bit, and then we'll start to stream back up a little bit before we reach our top of descent headed into Seattle. That's how I've always done the cross the pond streams, and that's how I typically do the vintage cross the blank events that we've done. This will be our 3rd annual, and I'm thinking, guys, for number 4, I think we might switch it up and go with jets, vintage jets. That'll be a fun little twist. We'll think about that. We'll kick that around. All right, we are still under advisories. We'll do an update here in a moment as to the arrival situation into Chicago. See if they've changed anything about the arrival runway. I had originally predicted we were going to be landing on runway 22 left there. That's their normal landing runway. Looks like they're arriving on 31 right instead. So I've got that punched in, and we'll update the ATIS information here in just a bit, and we'll see if that's changed or whether that's going to be our situation. I'm going to knock anytime the map starts to get cluttered, I'll just knock the map range down 1. So we'll do that. See, we got quite a headwind. I liked when I used to do my planning with Active Sky back when I was still flying on X-Plane 11. Most of the time, I liked the planning that you did with Active Sky, because if you put in your origin and destination into Active Sky, it would actually tell you if you had really bad headwinds at one particular altitude. It would tell you, if you go up a little higher or down a little lower than what you are planning fuel-wise, you'll be in much more favorable winds. And I don't have that granular a briefing of en route weather that I do now. I probably should, because we're definitely hitting some pretty strong headwinds right now. But anyway, we'll check in and see if anything has changed in terms of our arrival into Chicago here in just a moment. The other thing we've got going on is our slant artwork adventure. So at the beginning of the stream, I take a brief description of an image that I feed into ChatGPT and have it spit out an image that is representative of what we're doing tonight. And since we're flying an airliner up to Chicago and then over to Minneapolis, I just figured I'd feed a picture of myself in and say, you know, depict me as an airline captain standing in front of Chicago's The Bean. You guys have ever seen pretty much every iconic movie that takes place in Chicago does at least one scene right there in front of the Bean. The big old, I guess it's stainless steel. I have no idea what it even is, but there you go. If you want to get in on that, the way to participate in that activity is to, there at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets points. The button next to that tells you how many you have, and if you've got 500 or more, you can click on that button, get the option to cash in 500 and get in on that queue to add to or modify that image. So no one's participated in that so far tonight. I'm going to just put a little twist on it right now. Alright, so I've got modification number 1 coming at you here in just a moment. We'll unveil that as soon as it's done. Excuse me. And then I think I don't know if I said since we come back from intermission, but I will also be continuing on up to Minneapolis. Good Fixin' says, are you a hot dog guy or a pizza guy or an Italian beef guy? Well, yeah, you've met me. You know what I look like, and you can probably guess that I'm all of the above, and then some. However, if you wait for my modification, I think your question will be answered in terms of what I am thinking of today. So I might have beat you to whatever you were about to do. Well, we'll show you mine in just a moment, and then you can let me know what you'd like to do to it after that if you are thinking in terms of modifying the image. All right, let's just see if the... I'd like to take the full tour as well. Yeah, there's not a lot of food that I don't get along well with. What are we looking for? Midway. MDW? Yeah, we're still not quite in range of that yet. Look at how many ATA stations we have online, though. We're pretty well represented in terms of available VATSIM air traffic control staffing tonight. Look at that. How's Midway faring in terms of inbound traffic? Quite a bit coming in. I mean, we see 7 on the ground there now, but 60 arrivals planned. So yeah, they're having a pretty busy night. We heard Washington start to say that, you know, anyone still on the channel headed to Chicago should be ready to expect some delays. We snuck off of their frequency right after they said that. But anyway, well, let's... Alright, well, first of all... It moved me away from the bean. I was gonna stay right there in front of the bean, but it did put me right in front of Giordano's, chowing down on some deep dish pizza there. So, good fixins. If you had a modification to make after that, you can feel free to jump in on that queue. Oh, Kim OG wants to get in on it. Kim OG, you're up first. Let me know what you'd like to do to that, Kim. Let's go. .ATIS KMDW again. Kind of ahead of the game to be checking it this far out. It has updated from Juliet to Kilo. Oh, 280 at 7, gusting to 16 now, so it's gotten a little windier, a little gustier. Nice cold there, minus 15 as well, 30-30. I'm going to just put that in the standby altimeter just as our... Oh, no, not the standby altimeter. This is the one where we've got that fancy smancy, like, pre-armable local. 30, not 30, 0, 0, 30, 30. I gotta run it up a little ways here. 30, 30, right? Oops, no. Didn't want to do the range, wanted to do the altimeter setting. Okay, so this 30-30 preset. See, in an older plane, I would have this your primary altimeter and then your standby altimeter. I would just change the standby altimeter just as a visual reminder of what that altimeter setting was going to be. But here we got that fancy schmancy, just one-click pre-arm. That's nice. So we are doing visual approach to runway 31 right, departing 22 left. Luke departures expect 31 right. Well, that's, that doesn't apply to us today, or yet. It might apply to us on our second leg here. Verify runway alignment. Previous 31 right is now taxiway hotel. 31 center was renamed 31 right. So when we come down over the runway, we may see 3 31s, and we're going to aim for the middle one. If we see 2 31s, we're going to aim for the right one, but the rightmost one is now a taxiway. We'll see. You can see that on the airport diagram. Kim wants us to add in the Balloon Fest incident. All right, we can do that. So what the NOTAM is saying is, be careful in your scenery. Let's put this back over here. Be careful in your scenery. This may be depicted as 31 right. Whereas this would have been 31 center. Relatively recent change. So what they're saying is, if you have a 31 center in your sim, that's the one you should be landing on, because that's the one that is now 31 right. This one is no longer 31 right. So we'll have to be careful. I don't know what it's going to look like when we get up there. I don't have any kind of an add-on ahead of the default scenery here in Flight Sim 2024. I don't have many scenery add-ons at all yet in this sim. So Kim, I had to double check you on this, and I'll do what you requested if you want. But I had to double check you because when you said Balloon Fest incident, I was pretty sure that was not in Chicago. It indeed was in Cleveland. However, I'll still do it if you want me to. I'll give you a chance. If you want me to proceed with it, that's fine. If you want to come up with something else, that's your choice. I'll give you the choice before we get a good fix, and it's his turn. But I'll let you make that call. If you want us to go ahead and depict it anyway, that's fine. Okay, yeah, let me know. Let me know. In the meantime, at what point are we coming back into controlled airspace? So the nice thing about VATSIM radar is it kind of splits up who's covering what. So if you click here, it says it's 46. If you click here, it says it's 35. If you click here, it says it's 89. So you kind of have a better sense now in some situations when you have multiple controllers covering a center airspace. You know, so you sometimes will have guidance from VATSIM radar as to which one you're coming into. So it looks like we're going to be checking in with this Chicago Sector 35 on 3487. Looks like no, neither of those frequencies are correct. So I guess I'll just go with the 3487. That's a little ways before we're entering that airspace, but we'll just be ready. Alright, so 134.87, best guess for right now. Dr. Monocle says it offends me. They gave my airspace to what I thought I saw was 75. I remember you worked over here somewhere. We're talking when we came through this region for our river run down the Mississippi. I think we wound up talking with you about some of what your space used to be. Yeah, 75 is over here on the west side, and the Mississippi comes through here. So apparently you worked a sector that was a portion of this. Good to have you back here, by the way. Kim, did you come up with something else that you wanted to do with the image? And I'll check in with them after we pass Rosewood. It's a little early now. Even after Rosewood, it's a little early. But after we pass Rosewood, what are we on, 1930s gangster car? Alright, we can do that.
United 435, contact Southwest approach 118.55. See ya.
All right, and I'm gonna have it generate from scratch because I think it's gonna box itself in terms of the layout if it tries to keep me where it is. So let me grab my
Southwest 327, clear
image.
Crossing is gonna maintain 11000. Southland altimeter 3025. Direct 6, get 11000, Southwest 327. Southwest 2350, when you transition, maintain 280 knots. 280 on transition, Southwest 2358. Southwest 2199, contact Southland approach 118.55, so long.
118.55, thank you so much, have a good night. Somewhere down there.
See ya.
Chicago Center, good evening, Southwest 2198, descending Los Angeles, 245, 23 miles from close.
Southwest 2199, Chicago Center, radar contact. Descend and maintain flight level 200.
Descend and flight level 200, Southwest 2198.
Delta 334, clear direct ISC.
Direct 6, Delta 334.
Okay, so I've got all that. I've got all that, Kim. And just because it was going to try and box itself in for the layout that it had chosen. So I gave it the freedom to completely start over with all the stuff that we've added to it, and it's going to kind of just put all that in one image now. Why is it doing 2?
Southwest 327, thanks for the help this
Yeah,
evening.
we'll see what happens.
Southwest approach 118.55, so long. 1855, Southwest 327.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers wants us to bring back 3-1 right. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Oh, it did 2 version. Oh, it just ran. It's one of those things. You know how sometimes when you put a message into ChatGPT, it gives you 2 different responses to choose from just randomly on its own, and then it asks you to help it fine-tune itself by choosing which one is better. It did that for us tonight.
Delta 334, affirmative. Send your cross this Academy team.
I'll show you both.
Yeah, I know you called
And it's asking me to choose which one is better, and I will do that, but I will I'll let you guys look at it first. Which center is responsible for the arrival? Well, Chicago. Chicago approach is going to be responsible for the arrival. It looks like we're going to get passed directly from this sector to approach. It doesn't. It looks like we're going to kind of slightly be through the sector 89. However, that's close enough to the boundary of that I imagine it's designed to be a direct handoff from this center sector right into the approach sector.
Thank you, Southwest 2350. Have a good night. You as well. Southwest 2198, maintain 280 knots tonight.
280 knots, Southwest.
Once we get established north and west of Rosewood, I'll have a countdown. I'll have a countdown to Fort Wayne VOR, and we'll just say we're X miles. At Chicago Center Southwest 514, yeah, we're just getting ready to call you as soon as we turn north and west of Rosewood. So we're over top Rosewood now at 360.
Southwest 514, Chicago Center, radar contact.
Yeah, dude, we were just talking about you.
Delta 334, contact South Bend approach 118 point. Or, start your descent now, please. Cross this, Academy in 11000.
Chicago Center, November 2516, sorry about that.
It's Pang 7. We assume 3-1. So here's the
Exchange frequency, South approach 118.55.
here's the images.
Delta 334, that's all correct. If you're a little high at this,
Here's version 1.
Southwest 2198.
It nailed the car, by the way. It nailed the car.
Cross this, Academy maintain 110.
And then here's version 2. So I like the layout of version 2. The car's kind of coming at us. I think the pizza looks a little nicer. But I like the version with the jacket on. So I don't know which. I kind of feel like version 2. I'd really rather do the one with the jacket on. But the pizza looks better in this one. The car looks better in this one. The layout with, the background stuff going on is a little better. So I think version 2 with the jacket off is probably the one I'd go with. You like version 1 better, Mr. Rogers? So actually, let's just do this: jacket on or jacket off. Let's call it that way. Dr. Monocle says. So you like the one with the jacket on? All right, jacket on. Okay. Yeah, I kind of I preferred that, but then everything else I preferred the version 2. But that's okay. We'll go with the one with the jacket on. You guys are kind of in agreement on that, so that's what we'll go with. That was my first instinct. We're going to do Benny the Bull hanging out the window of the car. I tell you what, I'm going to overrule your decision then, because the car is fully depicted in version 2 with the jacket off. So that'll probably, layout-wise, that'll probably work better with version 2.
November 516, go.
So we'll go with that one.
Make.
Clear direct May, for November 5.
Yeah, right. Who knows how it's going to draw it going forward anyhow. I agree. But just based on, I've done enough of these now that I know that its tendency is to want to keep as much of the image consistent as possible. So just to give it a little bit more leeway, I figured we'll use the one where the car is fully visible.
Delta 321, Stock Center, good evening.
Alright, any updates? Well, the update...
514, descend and maintain, flight level 280.
Out of 280, Southwest 514. So, information kilo now.
Southwest 2198, contact Southbound approach 118.55. Take care.
118.55, Southwest 2198. Thank you. See you.
Alright, and since we're not yet at our top of descent, we're just going to do a nice little measured 1,000 foot per minute descent. So we'll go with our seatbelt signs back on. Oh, cabin crew was released as we came up through 10,000. I just forgot to throw the switch off. They knew that though.
Can I pause and disconnect and then come back in like 30 minutes and reconnect?
A little bit busy an event for that.
Last aircraft calling, this is Stock Center, say again.
So there's Benny the Bull in the car. Benny the Bull now driving the car, it looks like.
Can I pause, disconnect, and then come back in like 30 minutes and reconnect?
Delta 321, yeah, go ahead and you can pause, disconnect. When you reconnect, connect as an observer first. Call
good
us,
advice.
And then if I got space for you, we can work you in.
That's good advice. Good job, Center.
Chicago Center, good evening. Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey, we're flight level 330, direct Bagel.
Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey, Chicago Center.
All right, so let's go ahead and give our passengers briefing here. So what do we got here?
I am not. We're at 330. Should I be descending to 300?
Nope, that's all right. Maintain flight level 330 for now.
All right, we'll maintain 330, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
All right, 3030. Yeah, we got that preset. We are still doing 31 right with that caveat about which runway is depicted.
Control. So just set to maintain flight level 300. That's rate.
All right, down to 300, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Gusty winds, scattered at 2,400 and scattered at 25,000. So we're going to call it partly cloudy skies. brisk gusty winds and minus 15 Celsius, which is 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
The traffic I'm trying to help you avoid is 12, or I make that 1 o'clock and 7 miles eastbound and 8320 out of 324 climbing the 370.
I got the traffic in sight. He's passing us right now. Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
November 516 Golf Cross Meg, data maintain 1000.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs and we have started our descent into Chicago. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The weather there is partly cloudy, nice breezy, gusty winds, and a pretty cold day up in the Windy City, sitting at 5 degrees Fahrenheit right now. We expect to be on the ground in just about a half an hour, and possibly some traffic delays. We'll update you if that ETA changes. And we do expect it to be a little bit bumpy with those gusty winds coming down, so make sure those seatbelts are fastened 1 notch extra tight for us. We'll talk to you once we get on the ground. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines.
All right, in the transition, we'll go to 280 knots or better for Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Southwest 514, maintain 280 knots.
280 knots, Southwest 514.
November 516 Golf, contact Chicago Center. Correction, contact Southland approach 118.
GMC says there's a Lufthansa 747 from LAX to Frankfurt redirected to Phoenix, squawking 7700. Real world or VATSIM?
Chicago Center, Air Canada 570.
Real world? Okay. Well, fingers crossed that, the nice thing about a 747 is it's got 4 engines, so if it loses an engine, it's still got 75% of them working. Fingers crossed for a good outcome there.
I was on the landline coordinating last aircraft again.
This is Air Canada 507. Do you copy?
Air Canada...
You never know what that might be. That might be a passenger having a medical emergency, or... Yeah, the flight radar's great about kind of keeping us all posted on that kind of stuff. But the funny thing is there's so much stuff that we consider, oh my gosh, emergency, is actually somewhat routine.
Looks like 126.8.
I mean, I hate to say it that way, because sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is indeed, a loss of life incident. But a lot of the quote unquote emergencies end up being, oh yeah, we had low oil reading on one of our 4 engines. Who knows? Could kind of be anything, right?
26.47, 26.47 here.
26.47 Cambridge.
Yeah, they're trained way better than VATSIM pilots are. Indeed.
American 1111 340.
Now we can kind of get ahead of the game a little bit here. Let's get the local frequencies. 1807. That's an unusual ground frequency. 1807. 35.2. We can kind of get those ready to go. So we can stop monitoring radio number 2 right now. What are we saying? Ground's 1807. And then the tower was what? 35.2.
Alaska 100, we're currently getting bounced around a little bit, so we're at 352, but we should be at 360. Alaska 100, Chicago Center.
Oh, Mr. Rogers has the inside scoop. Says it did 3 laps in the hold to either run a checklist or 2 or lose some fuel, but it did make it down 20 minutes ago. Good deal. Yeah, like I said, I hate to trivialize something which is referred to as an emergency.
So sorry, what do you want?
But a lot of times they're
That's the 100. All right, then.
fairly mundane, and that's the best case scenario, right?
Southwest 2370.
All right, let's make sure as it levels off at 280, let's make sure that it keeps to 280 knots. All right, and let's start briefing our approach in more detail. So 1099 and 318.
Southwest 514, clear direct pang.
Direct pang, Southwest 514.
Southwest 514, cross Meg at a maintain, or cross Meg at a maintain 1000. Southwest altimeter 3025.
At 3025, MiGs at 1000, Southwest 514. Nope. Still want that at 280, please.
Southwest briefing with the maintain 280 knots to contact southbound approach 118.55. Take care.
All right, maintain 280 knots and 11855 for Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
See ya.
All right. So we were starting to brief that approach. 1099 and 318. So frequency and course. Missed approach is a Piatone VOR, so 13.2 and 181. 181's already set. 13.2 is already set. We got a fuel warning there, but that's just that the center tanks are now empty. So all we got to do there is just shut off the center pumps. Easy enough.
Walker 5602, radar contact 15 miles northwest Rosewood, flight level 380. So set to maintain flight level 320.
Alright, so approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude is going to be straight to 11, left to 21, and then 26. Oh, interesting. This is a... So I'm going to set 2,100 as the missed approach altitude, because we can't then climb to 2,600 until we pass Igisi, and I guess that's probably because of the Class Bravo airspace there. You know, Midway is a Charlie that's underneath the Bravo of O'Hare. So I'm going to set 2,100 as the missed approach altitude, so straight to 11 and left to 21, heading 150. So left to 150, 11, then 21 if we... 1855, Southwest 514. Got the Silly Cube here. Silly Cube, welcome. Good to see you. Southbound approach, Southwest 514. We got Kilo at Midway. We're 240 going to 1000 at Megs.
Southwest 514, southbound approach, evening, southbound altimeter 3025.
3025, Southwest 514.
Southwest 2198.
Okay, 3025 entered in.
The 5 wheel right transition.
Jawan.com is here. Hey, I haven't talked to you in quite a while. So we got the approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude we said was 21, left straight to 11, left to 150 if we do go.
2198, the Midway altimeter 3031. 3031, thank you, Southwest 2198.
863 is our minimum. We'll get that dialed in. I thought when your name popped into the chat, I thought you might be working this event. Good deal. Hope it's going well. What did I say it was? 863.
Southwest 3 Tango, direct Haley, cross Haley, at maintain 6,000. 521, transition, the Midway altimeter 3031.
Alright, direct Haley, cross Haley is 6,031, transition, and...
There we go. Now we got that number rolling.
Southwest 3 Tango with
863, okay.
Number 516 Golf, contact Chicago approach 128.2.
128.2, 5
Southwest 514, descend to maintain 10,000, the southbound altimeter 3025.
10,000 now, 3025, Southwest 514. Since we're no longer bound by the constraint at Megs, just pop it in the level change there. So did I get, what was it, 863? Yeah, so we're still fiddling with the minimums. The follow there from Jesus 47-1. Or Jesus, not sure which, but either way, good to see you here.
Southwest 4198, maintain 250 knots. Contact Chicago approach 128.2.
Maintain 250 knots over to 128.2, Southwest 2198.
I am good. We're flying into Chicago AirTCC's Midway Monday event. A little bit busy. They're not doing too bad. Good line of traffic coming in from the south and the east where we are. And so they got some traffic coming in from northeast and southwest as well. We're going to merge us all in. See how we work out. It is the PMDG 737-800 series, and Jawan, we are Southwest 514. Go ahead, pop it into local altimeter. So right as we pass that transition, two things. Number one, we're on a local altimeter, not a standard altimeter. Number two, we're no longer at a flight level anything. Okay, if you're tuned to a local altimeter, flight level's out the window. We're now at 17,000. Yeah, I got a pretty good line coming in from that side, huh? Got the screenshot from Jawan there.
Southwest 514, cross Haley, maintain 6,000. Apply the wheel right transition, then Midway altimeter 3031.
At Haley, it's 6,000, and the 31 right transition 3031, Southwest 514. All right, we'll just go ahead and put it back into VNAV here. Except that we'll keep it at 280. You gotta always remember when you switch back into VNAV, though, if you were assigned a speed, you're gonna manually dial that one back in. Alright, so it's right on the vertical path at once, and it's working its way down. It's working its way down to the speed, but we'll help it. Yeah, it's slightly under the path and slightly over the speed, so it's probably doing fine without my help there. But Jesus, yeah, on VATSIM, escorting people with fighter jets is not a thing. Don't do it.
Delta 419, this is going to maintain 10,000. The Southbound number 3025.
That's normally a quick invitation off of the network. Oh, you're on VATSIM. Never mind. Fair enough. Right. Ready for a fast final? Yeah. Well, I hope I'm a little bit more ready than I was last time I flew in the Midway. I came in on 2-2 left, and I forgot to shut off the auto throttle. So I flared the aircraft over the numbers, and well, you know, none of the speed bled off. I'm like, wait a minute, we're going a little long.
Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey. We're below 10,000 at 280.
We're going a little long here. What's going on?
280 or slow down.
Maintain 250.
Alright, we'll go down to 250, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Southwest 514, maintain 250.
We'll slow it to 250, Southwest 514.
Southwest 2370, this is going to maintain 10,000. The Southbound altimeter 3025.
Yeah, we were going to need to do that anyway as we're getting ready to go below 10. Speaking of going below 10, approach frequency and course set, misapproach frequency and course set, misapproach altitudes, straight to 11, left to 21 on 150 heading. Let's go ahead and get our V speed set.
Alright, 1,000, 2025, Southwest 2370.
So 149. Minimum set, ceiling and visibility, 2,500 bases. Should be below that by the time we are close.
Southwest 514, did I already give you the Haley instruction?
Yeah, you got Haley at 6.
Roger. Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey, contact Chicago approach 128.2.
1282 for Southwest.
Alright, as we're coming down below 10, we can get some forward-facing lights on. And we'll turn that one on when we get cleared. I know it's a little early for the continuous ignition, but we'll do that. No, we'll do that. We'll do that on our short final. I'm going to try and get in a better habit on that. So forward-facing lights on. Yeah, we'll turn the taxi light on. On short, when we get our landing clearance, that's when we'll do our final checks, which will include the ringing the cabin. Well, we'll ring the cabin now. Coming down through 10. But we'll ring the cabin again. So on short final, what we'll do. Missed approach altitude, alert the crew, continuous ignition, spoilers armed. We'll kind of do that with the landing clearance.
Southwest 419 rather, flying 360, vector to the approach.
360, vector to the approach, 419.
So just making a couple little changes in my procedure list as I try every time I tweak this list, I'm trying to do things a little bit more realistically. We didn't finish the approach briefing, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and set an auto brake 4 because I know I'm going to float this thing. B, we're going back here to the Bravo Pier, so the sooner we get off, the better. Well, I don't know if we can even get off. Unless they let us turn onto 4 left, we're most likely going to end up down here at Hotel 3. But anyway, knowing that I'm going to float this and it's only 6,500 feet, I'm going to leave the auto brake on 4. So let's run through it one more time. Approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude is straight to 11, left to 21, heading 150. I got to review the FMC, make sure that's all in there. The range rings are already set. V speed's 149. Minimums are 863 set. Ceiling and visibility, we know the bases are 2,500, and it's gust across.
Contact Chicago approach on 128.2. Have the flight.
28.2 Southwest 514. We'll see. So a right-hand turn-off if we make it down successfully. 28.2.
Delta 419, maintain 250 knots.
250 knots, 419.
Crew track 69, turn off heading 340, intercept the localizer. 340 to intercept, crew track 69.
Information Lima, 3031 now. Nothing's changed. Chicago approach, Southwest 514 is 8,700, go on to 6 at Haley. We got information Lima.
South 514, Chicago approach, thanks for Lima. Midway altimeter 3031, you can expect out, 131 right approach, maintain 250 knots.
Alright, 250 knots, expect ILS 31 right, Southwest 514.
South 2198, you are 6 miles from hills, cross hills that are above 5,000 cleared out, 121 right approach.
Cross hills, that's above 5,000, clear for ILS 31 right, Southwest 2198.
South 2198, correction, cross hills at 5,000 cleared out,
And
121 right
if the
approach.
wind is 2.8, oh, it's not as gusty, it's 11 knots.
Approaching Fantastic Southside with you, side south.
So the gusting has died down, that's good. 28011, it's still going to be a left to right, so we're going to nose over to the left until touchdown. 11 knots, that means we're going to add 6 to V approach. V ref rather than get V approach, so V ref's 149. The V approach will be 155. Yeah, butter at CVN Midway, yeah, carrier landings only, right? Yeah, you're going to catch the 3-wire at Midway. Worst case, the 4-wire, right? Put it down on the numbers and plow through all 4 with the nose gear.
Crew track 69 at runs, contact Midway Tower 135.0, good night. Tower at runs 135.2, crew track 69.
Okay, 35.2 is what I've got set, so we're good there.
South 2198, speed your discretion, thank you.
Speed of my discretion, Southwest 2198.
Set to 375, turn left heading 060, trucks approach. Left turn,
I think that's where it is, I think.
Set to 375. South of 3 Tango Whiskey, clear direct hills, cross hills 5,000, cleared out from turn right approach. Direct hills, cross hills at 5,000, cleared runway 31 right approach, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Get our legs page back up just in case. Oh, and I need to verify the legs in the
Southwest 21 at 98.
in the mist.
That runs, contact Midway Tower 135.2.
1100 straight.
And
then 150 to Igisi. Yeah, okay, we're good. And 26. So 21 at Igisi and 26 at Piatone. Okay, so it's all in there correct. Never did verify that, but that's definitely an important step.
Left at 375, left heading 040. Left 040 is just 375. Okay, left at 375, so to maintain 3,000.
And then just in case we end up on a vector for traffic or sit basing or whatever, make sure our heading bug is set somewhere reasonable. Alright, it's a little early, but I'm going to probably get swamped here with the airplane. Let's see, what is it? Short final, missed approach, cabin crew, ignition, and spoilers. So, since I'm going to get busy with the airplane, I'll start the announcement early. You guys can start putting some numbers into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat. With or without the minus sign, we'll know that you mean a descent rate, whether you put the minus sign or not. And the closest, well, what you're predicting is the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. The next one will be pulled on January 30th, a week from Friday.
Chicago approach gets using the 419, 7400 is sending 6000 at Haley.
Delta 419, Chicago approach, welcome ATIS. I believe it's Lima. Lima's current altimeter 3031. You can expect to have runway 31 right approach, maintain 250 knots.
Yeah, we're less than 10 miles of trail, so expect that we're not going to get a whole lot of shortcutting here.
12 o'clock, 9 miles towards field site. Field site, localizer capture, attention 375. Sector 375, third visual approach, run right. Third visual, turn right, let's continue on the LS, that's okay. Okay, firm, that's group, you are 3 miles from run, cleared out, runway 31 approach. Third ILS, 31 right approach, attention 375.
Scott approach hello, Southwest 2370, sending 7.2 for 6,000 to be level at Haley. It is Lima on board.
South 2370, Chicago approach, Roger, thanks for Lima. Then we altimeter 3031, you can expect out, going through on right approach, maintain 250 knots.
Alright, 250 on the speed, and then ILS 31 right approach, Southwest 2370.
South 514, 2 miles from Hills, cross Hills 5,000, clear out, going through on right approach.
Alright, Hills at 5,000, clear for the ILS 31 right approach, Southwest 514.
Alright, South 3 Tango Whiskey, speed your discretion.
Alright, speed's my discretion, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey.
Sector 375, contact Midway Tower 135.2. Tower 35 to see us.
And approach for Southwest 514, you still need a 250?
South 514, speed your discretion, thanks.
Alright, we'll slow it down. Southwest 514, thanks.
South 514, maintain 210 knots or greater, please.
Yeah, perfect. Southwest 514, 210 greater. Alright, matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and just vertical speed it down rather than... Alright. Below 250, we can go flaps 5, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Wait a minute, what did I set? What did I set? Okay, we're good, we're good. Shallow it. We don't need to be at 5,000 until Hills. Yeah, we're level. Joanne says, I see you guys. I saw you send me another screenshot. Got my hands full right now, though. We'll post those up on the Discord afterwards. Thank you for those. All right. Cleared for the approach. I'm going to go ahead and set the 2100 just to have that step done. Kim OG says, well, that was fun. Were you the one that we were following, Kim, in that biz jet the entire way up? Kind of had a feeling that was you.
Chicago approach, Southwest 3 Tango Whiskey. Are we over the tower yet?
Tango with, yeah, you can contact Midway Tower now, 135.2 overnight.
Alright, over tower, 352, Southwest 3 Tango with.
Chicago approach, from Alaska 100, descending past 8,000, 6,000 by Haley, direct to Haley.
Alaska 100, Chicago approach, welcome ATO, current Midway altimeter 3031. Expect out front short right, maintain 250 knots.
Okie doke.
Maintain 250 knots, and we got, we'll expect 31 right for you, Alaska 100.
Mr. Rogers is predicting on the high side.
Disregard.
Yep. We just got to make sure, we got to make double sure. With an updated nav data, we should be lined up for the right thing, but we just don't know what the scenery is going to look like. Remember, if we see 31 center on our runway, that is the correct runway. It's configurations changed a little bit.
Do not 210
514, maintain 170 knots for greater to a 5 mile final.
170 or better to 5, Southwest 514.
Approach, remember, come 6446, descending 6,000.
American 1646, Chicago approach, welcome ATO, current Midway altimeter.
Really windy, says Kim.
Expect out, front short right, maintain 250 knots.
JJ has faith.
Slipper 3031, can you say again the risk?
Take expect out,
Alright.
1 right, and maintain 250.
Slow it to 170 now.
Expect 31 right and 250 knots.
Gears coming out.
Thank you.
And let's remember, if I cut the autopilot off, I got to cut the auto throttle off as well. I remember 155 is our V approach, 149 is our V ref.
2370, 2 miles from hill, 5,000, cleared off.
2,500.
Alright, cross hill 5,000, could I let's see one right approach line, sorry, Southwest 2370.
A little early on this. Cabin crew, missed approach, continuous ignition, and spoilers armed. Yeah, no, this is the 800 in 2024, JJ. Look at me, graduating to the big little boy. Okay, at 170 we can go to flaps 15. And then at 5 miles we can go to, whoops. 5 miles we can go to 155. Alright, we ready? Match the throttles. My airplane auto throttle is off.
And up 419, do not exceed 170 knots from spacing. Up 514, contact noise R 135.2.
135.2 Southwest 514.
250, when I keep your left side to take off traffic, 3 miles on
1,000.
Clear for takeoff 22 left and 250.
Okay, so this is the one that's now a taxiway. Yeah, I was just about to call you. We're on a 3 mile final, 3-1 right.
Southwest 514, Midway Tower, went 280 at 11 right, 31 right for the land traffic, departs for crossing on the way for right, 0 right.
Alright, we'll watch for the crossing traffic. We'll clear to land 3-1 right, Southwest 514. They better move. A little left and a little high. Speed's good. Last call for the predictions. Okay, there goes our departing traffic. We're good.
500.
November 85 Alpha Lima, runway 31 left, flight for weight traffic, 1 mile and 4 miles on the parallel.
Line up for weight 31 left.
Approaching minimums.
Roger, traffic 85 Alpha.
Minimums.
Midway Tower, November 277, Romeo Whiskey, short of
100.
22 left, you're ready to go.
South 458, south of 458, contact your target.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
November 85 Alpha Lima, wind 280.
Wasn't quite better. I flared it too high and then it dropped on, but not too terribly badly.
Previous arrival on the parallel with a Boeing 737 Dutch book turbulence.
Clear for takeoff, runway 31.
Overall execution I was happy with. I just flared it a little too high.
Departure, Roger, wake to 31,
And we
514, next right, contact ground.
next right and contact ground, Southwest 514. We'll see it. So paid for the whole runway, used the whole runway.
4 Romeo Sierra, Midway Tower, runway 22 left, let it away. Runway 22 left, 5, runway 4 Romeo Sierra.
Yeah, that's it.
Midway ground, Southwest 514's off at the right end of 31 right, going to Bravo 26.
514, keep it rolling, join hotel, hold short of runway 22 right.
Keep it rolling on the hotel and short of 22 right, Southwest 514.
American 3142 is the ground control tonight.
Good.
Alright, flaps, spoilers. Landing lights.
Ground, DBJ 35, take a share, holding short, 22 right.
Roger.
Ground is this, Southwest 514. Which one's hotel here?
514, that's the flight right.
Got it. Thank you.
You might see it as a runway.
Oh yeah. Got it.
Midway ground, that's 419, off of 31 right.
419, follow southwest.
Follow southwest, that's 419.
Sure, 5 Tango Sierra, cross runway 31 left and 31 right on runway 4 left. So you'll make the slight left and join runway 4 left and cross with 31.
Alright, we'll make the
Alright, what else can we do? We can
left across both 31 left and right, and we'll continue down to the left to 05 Tango Sierra.
Okay, 5 Tango Sierra, traffic on 8 mile on.
Roger, 05 Tango Sierra.
Okay. And we'll hold short here.
514 cross, runway 22 right at hotel, hold short of 22 left.
Alright, cross 22 right, short of 22 left, Southwest 514.
419, what's your gate?
419.
Southwest 514, what's your gate?
Bravo 26, right on the tip there.
Roger. November 5 Tango Sierra, proceed all the way down 4 left, make a right turn November, then join Romeo.
Alright, right turn.
Am I dragging the nose? Because I'm braking a little harshly and I'm juggling all the cleanup items and slamming the brakes on.
Cross, right in the tower, hold short, 2 left, 419.
It's flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen, continuous ignition, weather, terrain, flight directors, and auto brake, minimums reset, transponder out of TARA.
Sierra, monitor Midway Tower 135.2.
Landing, turn off, position lights, and APU. So I think I got all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We got the APU up and running already. Okay. So we're good. We just need to cross and then Get to cross.
Cross runway 22 left at hotel, taxi via hotel, Echo 1, Tango.
Alright, cross 22 left and then hotel Echo 1 Tango, Southwest 514.
Delta 419, follow southwest, proceed to any gate.
So he wants us to go all the way down to the end to Echo 1 and then come in that way.
Runway 22 left at hotel as well.
22 left at hotel, that's what
We might not be able to get our quote-unquote assigned gate. We'll just take one next to it, that's fine. And then I'll have to see, unfortunately, the sim is putting in a ton of static traffic. I'm going to have to zoom in on VATSIM radar to see like who's really there.
Midway ground, hold short, Tango. Hold short, Tango, American 31 Bridge.
Looks like Bravo 26 is occupied, but Bravo 25 is not, so we'll just take that. Nope, that's not it. So it did not look like that was depicted as a runway after all. Now he took the shortcut that I didn't. You better not steal my game. Yeah, he's not. Look how busy this airport is, guys. The controllers here, as always. Really knocked it out of the park. So it looks like this little guy, this little bizjet here, is static. So I can go ahead and run him over without hurting anybody's feelings on VATSIM. Yeah, that's Southwest is legit there. That's the gate that I was going to take.
Schneider X-ray Zulu, Midway ground, runway 22 left, taxi via Yankee, hold short of runway 31 left.
Alright, Yankee, hold short
Okay,
of 31
taxi light off.
left.
I can get it. Come on, taxi light off.
Yeah, going over to 2 left and Irish 2.
Oh God. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this little bizjet's not actually here on VATSIM. At least according to VATSIM radar. So we're just going to run him over, it's fine. I hope there's no collision detection here.
3142, not sure what departure frequency you have, but expect departure frequency 119.35.
There we go. It all worked out.
American 3142, monitor tower 135.2.
Parking you? Well, you're not on VATSIM radar, so I don't believe you. I hope you're teasing. I think you're teasing, and I hope you're teasing. Yeah, nobody here but us chickens, so we should be okay. All right, well, let's get the turnaround going, and then we'll see if we can get leg number 2 on the way. So taxi lights did come off. Let's go ahead and get the APU switched over. So we're providing electricity, and we're providing air conditioning, Engine bleeds can come off. APU buses, APU bleed, ISO valve, engine bleeds off. Yep, okay, we can go ahead and do the engine shutdown then. You're at 370, okay. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure you were pulling my chain, but alright, engines are shutting down. Let's get the rest of the fuel pumps off. We'll leave that one on for the APU. Hydro pumps off. We're going to do the packs off as we are about to switch over to ground AC in just a moment. Anti-collision light can come off. Wheel well lights can come on.
Ground, hold for the last 100, holding short
Seat
of
belts and
hotel,
chimes can come off.
The exit of Hotel 3, just put me anywhere.
That's 100, welcome to Midway, right turn hotel, hold short of runway 22 right.
Down here on the menu, get some ground services going. Let's get our trucks set. And ground power and AC on the way. Let's get the doors opened. And yes, I disarmed them earlier just because I don't need to go. My cabin crew takes care of all that stuff, so this is just formality. So that's all done. Down here, we can go into standby mode. We'll reset the code to 2000. Outer one. There we go. Jump back up top. Ground power bus can go active. APU bleed off. APU valve to ISO valve to auto. And the APU can come off. Final fuel pump can come off. And there we go. We are deboarding. And we're getting ready for our turnaround for leg number 2. In the meantime, let's take a peek at my flight time and fuel estimates. No, you passed us on the way. Okay, gotcha. Missed the high five, but all good. Alright, so I had predicted that leg number 1 was going to be done at 9:22. We did get down. Ooh, we went down about 15 minutes late. Should have 17.7 left in the tanks. Yeah, and that was mostly that headwind we were seeing at 360. So that's really wasn't a control delay. It was a headwind. 15-minute delay. So we'll have to hustle up to get. Oh, I gotta adjust that time anyway. That's fine. So, 17.7 is what we were supposed to have left. I bet you we're short 15. So, oh my gosh, 2,000 pounds. Again, all chalked up to that really intense headwind that we had.
Short of runway 22 right.
Alpha, whiskey, hold short of runway 22 right. Classified Echo Foxtrot.
Alright, and then let's see how we did on the descent rate predictions. So again, I flared. I kept it a little high above the runway, and then as the speed let off, we kind of dropped down. So I just got to relearn the flare timing in this aircraft. But overall, the execution on the approach was pretty good, and at least I remembered to turn off the auto throttle this time. So 226 was the number that registered. Let's see how you guys did. 213, Dr. Monocle. That's pretty close already. That's 13 away. 165, 122, 136, 457. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Dr. Monocle.
That was 31, 22, correct, 21.
Woohoo! At KMDW on 119. But overall, I felt much better about how that approach and touchdown went than the last time we landed here at Midway.
Whatever's open. I didn't look at VATSIM radar to pick one.
I just make a left turn of the gate then.
Hey, left turn of the gate then for Alaska 100. Appreciate it.
All right, well let's take a peek at our leg 2 timing here. We're supposed to be off block at top of the hour. We might be able to hustle. I'm gonna add
information. Mike is current. All departures.
I'll tell you what. Let's go off block by 5 after, and wheels up by quarter after.
At November cross runway 22 right.
So let me add 8 to that. 43, right?
Right side flight, curve to right, and...
All right, well, let's get leg number 2 underway.
To left, American 6046.
Sorry, number 5 Echo Foxtrot, cross runway 22 right at Whiskey.
First, Flight Sim 2024 PMDG 738 in the books. On stream. And successful. Alright, so very...
For the push, what gate are you at?
Very first thing we're going to do here is
push back, stay gate.
get our flight plan filed. We are Southwest 514. We're IFR. We're B738.
That's at your own
medium.
discretion. Just stay in the non-movement area. Don't cross the dotted line.
Let's see. Let me get the page up that I need here. Ooh, and let's get that route copied because I want to paste it in.
Midway ground, Fokker 5602 with you on November.
So we're SBDFGH
Can you turn on your transponder again? It looks like it turned off.
RWY. Departures KMDW.
Sorry about that.
Off block is going to be 0305.
Right turn hotel, hold toward runway 22
32,000 and 480. KMSP. By the way, the event ends at the top of the hour officially. We'll see if maybe any of them stay on for us, but not guaranteed. B1, C1, D1,
How about that, Walker 5650?
S2, and
right turn hotel, hold
T1.
right.
Performances of Charlie.
Right, Walker 5602.
Twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. I'll get that filed.
Runway 22 left and taxi Yankee.
And then let's paste that route into SkyVector as well. Just to have it here. KMDW and KMSP.
We would like to receive a PVC if possible.
Contact delivery. 5 Echo Foxtrot, cross runway 22 left at Victor, taxi Yankee.
So we can close up the pan, we can close up the approach, we got the airport diagram already. Midway 8 is kind of the default departure. We'll get that up. And remember, Midway 8, man, this is the one I always screw up, but let's get it right this time. Midway 8, two things. All right.
5602, cross runway 22 right and 22 left.
250 immediately upon outside lateral confines of Class B. So it's 200 while we're under the shelf, and then it's 250, but then you maintain 250 even as you climb through 10. So let's make sure we get the speeds right. This is, this is a little bit different in terms of the speeds. We don't just automatically accelerate to 300 when, 300, 320, whatever, as we pass 10. We have to keep that 250 until we're told, and I always mess that up. And I always forget that we're underneath the Bravo shelf as well. So we're going to try and get all that right today. That's all we can do is try. See if we can get an update on the ATIS information. Mike is current.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
To answer at 11:30:31, so that hasn't changed. All that information is still the same.
Ground, right turn hotel, cross runway 22 right and 22 left at hotel, stay gate.
We are Pumpkin, so.
Taxi hotel, cross 22 right, 22 left at hotel, and any gate off of Tango 2 would be good.
So they had said earlier, departing 22 left, Luke departures expect 31 right. So what's this? What do they say here? Landing and departing 31. Okay, well we're going to expect 31 then. 31 right. And if that changes, it changes. Fortunately, it's a radar vector departure, so it doesn't really change too much in terms of the programming if we do end up with a different runway. Numbers in terms of performance are changed, but we kind of gloss over that anyway. So, Alright, so we do have a clearance controller 124.62. We'll do that on COM 1 because we got the local frequencies already tuned on COM 2. We're going to leave that alone. 124.62. Flip that over, switch back to COM 1.
American 20.
Midway clearance Southwest 514, information Mike IFR to Minneapolis.
Southwest 514, Midway delivery, clearance on request is number 2 now.
Okay, no problem. So while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and just kind of get everything set up as though we are cleared as file. If we have to make any changes in the route, we can do that. But we'll put it in. We'll put it in as we file. That it's a pretty standard route anyway, so chances are pretty good that it's
We're just requesting a PDC for IFR clearance.
fine. We can go back to the menu in the FMC and yeah, we'll put all that stuff in after we put in the route. So the route is going to be Midway to KMSP. Departure from Midway. Midway 8 we expect. There's no transition route. We expect going to be 3-1 right. And we'll go ahead and put all that in the route. And we'll go to the next page. So Midway 8 vectors. Pumpkin PMPKN. And then NITO, N-E-A-T-O. Dylan, D-L-L-A-N.
Last aircraft calling, you were very laggy.
Ronic, R-O-N-I-C. And then Kama and the Killer 3 arrival. So K-A-M-M-A. Whoops. Yeah, put it in the second line rather than the first line.
All right.
And then
United 0600 Midway delivery. I have a amendment here. Advisory copy.
Killer 3 arrival. Let's see if we can maybe take a guess.
You're able to send it to me, United 0600.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this will be good. All right. There you go. Now you don't
Arrival ATIS 30 left, 30 right. So we kind of expect 30 right coming from the east. That's not a given, but it's a guess. So we'll go into departures and arrivals.
American 2182, you still with me?
Killer 3 coming from Kama. We and let's got it, thanks.
Delivery Southwest 4549, fully ready for departure.
So Killer 3.
23.
Southwest 4559, contact ground with 8.075 for pushback.
Goes to this point Killer, and then where does it go from there? Landing on 3 zeros, it takes this little short left to Geek-U, so if we've got a transition to the approach after Geek-U, that's kind of what we can expect.
Hilo 1 standby. I need to contact the local controller to go off, and he's currently very busy, so it'll be a second.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and put that in, activate, and execute. We can go to the previous page after Ronic. Yeah, Ronic was direct Kama, right? Yeah, it was just Ronic and Kama. So the box put a discontinuity in because Kama's the beginning of the Killer 3, but the route was just Dylan, Ronick, and then Camo with nothing in between, so we can go ahead and close that up. You never want to just close up a discontinuity that's supposed to be there, but in this case, that discontinuity was put in just because it wasn't sure what to do before Camo, but there wasn't anything. It was just Ronick direct Camo. So because that's what our clearance is, I'm assuming, I haven't looked at the clearance, but we filed the route just Ronick and then Camo, so the box now reflects Ronick and then just direct Camo. But never close up the discontinuity unless you know you're supposed to. Let's actually look and see what we were cleared on. Okay, Pumpkin, Nito, Dylan, Ronick, Camo, Killer 3. Okay, good. So nothing changed there. We said 320, Squawks 2204, Midway 8, departure, climb and maintain 3000, 1935, 250 until advised. Okay, so all that stuff is pretty much as expected. Let's get the frequency in there. 119.35. The code was 2204. Departure runway, we still are assuming 31 right. We'll get that verified by ground, I would assume. Okay, but the key thing is, and let's look, at what point are we not under the Bravo? So there's Pumpkin, and there's Nito, and it's 10 miles, and it looks like it's about 5 miles after Pumpkin. I mean, once we get to Nito, we're definitely out from under the Bravo. Unless they climb us. If they climb us into or through the Bravo, then we're good there as well. So we're 200 until we get to between Pumpkin and Nito, or until we climb into the Bravo. And then we're 250. But then we're 250 until advised. Even after we pass 10, we're still 250. So, important to get the speeds right here, and I almost always screw it up. Today we're going to try and not. Okay, so our locals are still here. Ground, and then tower, and then departure they told us was 19.35. So that's our departure, but then we'll switch back over to radio number 2 to be talking to ground again.
Kilo 1, show thoughts on taxi. Kilo 1, Midway ground. I thought you were looking for a departure from present position. Do you want to go from the runway now?
Okay, comm radios are set. Altimeter is still 30.
Zero ground, hello, Southwest 2707, look for Bravo 7.
3031 still, so I think that's what we've got set still. Yeah, we do. Ground elevation 620, and that's exactly what we're showing on the altimeter, so that means our weather simulation is correct. That's good. We got the FMC. Let's do the initialize. So we skipped a couple steps here. Cost index 74 because why not? Reserves I calculated as 8.9. Coming back to Milwaukee if we have to divert. Zero fuel. We're going to double click and that'll come in. We're going to do 320 as our cruise. And execute. We're going to go to N1 limits. If I was a real world airliner captain, I would calculate performance and derate our takeoff or climb if it was safe to do so without compromising performance required for safety, but I'm just going to leave those at full because I don't care about the wear and tear on these engines and I don't care about the fuel. Takeoff flaps is going to be 5. Center of gravity, we'll double click, it'll calculate. 4.71 is the trim, we'll dial that in here in just a moment. 136 is the abort speed. Any problems prior to 136 we abort. If we surpass 136 we rotate at 138 and go airborne with whatever problems we got. We got one good engine at that point. We'll pitch to maintain 148. We got 2 good engines at that point. We'll pitch to maintain 168. We'll take that up to 1,000 flaps in and go from there. So that means we're going to get 168 dialed in here. We are going to get the runway heading.
Requesting pushback.
Again, we're kind of assuming on the runway at this point, but if we are launching off of 3-1, it's a 318 is the runway heading. And then, of course, if we get some sort of other instruction with our takeoff clearance, we'll adjust as necessary. Of course, if we get a different runway, we'll adjust as necessary. Initial altitude is 3,000. We will go no higher until cleared. We will go ahead and get the auto throttle armed, flight directors, and we will start in heading mode and we will start in heading mode and VNAV. And let's just remember the 200.
For a helicopter off your left, runway 31 left.
We got the mode set. Auto brake can be set to reject takeoff. Hopefully we won't need that. Transponder code and mode is 2204.
I can give you 3-1 right. Yeah, go 3-1 right, full length, if optional.
Yeah, we need that. 3-1 right, 0 Foxtrot, 483 code.
Thanks. 483 Charlie, hold short of the 3-1 left approach.
Alright, let's go ahead and get the... So we were supposed to be pushed by 5 after? We're doing pretty good.
Correction, 135.2.
Let's get the doors closed. So menu, FS actions, doors. We're going to close the entry. We're going to close the cargo and equipment hatches.
What was the call sign? Rodeo? Rodeo 992, Midway ground.
And I'm just going to leave them disarmed.
3-1 right, taxi via Yankee 4 Kilo, hold short of 3-1 left.
3-1 right via Yankee 4 Kilo, hold short.
Alright, so doors and hatches are all closed. Let's jump up top, get the seatbelt signs on. Let's get one fuel pump on. Let's get the APU on and started. Okay, while we're waiting for that to spool up. Did it not?
Yankee Hotel Echo 3 to 31 right, Southwest 1679.
Southwest 4549, you ready to take it?
Not yet. GSX kind of.
Okay, it's firing up. No, not the probe heat, not the probe heat, just the windshield heat for now.
Radio 992 monitors.
Pressurization is going to be 32,000, and landing altitude at Mini is going to be 850.
1679 monitor tower 135.2 for the taxi.
Monitor tower 135.2, Southwest 1679.
Southwest 4549 monitor tower 135.2. Expect your taxi instructions on that frequency.
Over the tower for 4549.
Clear flight 1227 monitor
APU
tower
bus is on.
I'll call you back to the taxi.
Okay, so we got the APU doing the electricity and the packs now. Let's jump down here, disconnect. Let's verify our parking brake is still set. Okay, and then let's disconnect the ground services. Greetings from the flight deck greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Southwest Flight 514 service to Minneapolis, St. Paul. We are due to push back here in just about 5 minutes and expect an on-time departure at quarter after the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour exactly is what we anticipate, and we'll be cruising at 32,000 feet for you today. Weather here in Chicago, we've got a partly cloudy skies, and we had some gusty winds. They were starting to subside as we made our way in. Wasn't too bumpy, but we might have a bump or two as we climb up to cruise. Once we get to 32,000, we'll try and find a nice smooth spot to cruise for you as we make our way out to Mini. In the meantime, go ahead and sit back, relax, get those seatbelts fastened one extra notch tight for us, and we will be underway shortly. Thanks for flying along with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 514, service to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Anti-collision on, wheel well lights off. Let's get the, so we're westbound, so we'll put the igniter to the left. Fuel pumps, rest of them can come on. There's nothing in the center tank. Electric hydro pumps can come back on. the pushback. We'll go ahead and get ready to go. We aren't going to start it just yet, but we're going to at least get it ready, and then we'll check in with. That's what we're pushing off of Bravo 25. We might, and I think it sounded like the ground controller was wrapping up, and we were going to be over on the tower frequency. Again, the event's officially over, so if they are. Again, let's delete that stray mark there.
Charlie, cross runway 31 left approach, runway 31 right, line up full weight, traffic's on an 8-mile final.
Cross 31 left and then line up fully 31 right, 40 feet.
Thanks, sir. 483 Charlie, when able, change to my frequency 135.2. Victor Papa Charlie Mike Alpha, Midway Tower. Victor Papa Charlie Mike Alpha, Midway Tower, runway 3 right, clear to land, traffic parts prior to arrival.
Land, Charlie Mike.
29 Delta Victor, cross runway 22 right at Whiskey, hold short of runway 22 left.
Cross 22 right.
Okay, so let's double check here.
Tower Southwest 4549, ready for taxi to 31 right.
Yeah, and that's static aircraft. That's not really there. Yeah, let's just make sure that we.
Change ground 118.07. Sorry, we got confused a bit.
Okay.
Oh, maybe they do have a ground.
483 Charlie.
Ground Southwest 4549, ready for taxi to 31 right.
Southwest 4549, runway 31 right, taxi to Tango Echo.
Tango Echo, Southwest 4549.
November 529 Delta Victor, have you gotten the crossing clearance yet?
Ground Southwest 514 on Bravo 25, ready to push with Mike. Yeah, pushing off at 25. I think we're going to be pushing on the Tango. Just wanted to make sure we needed to call you first.
Yes, we do. Push on the Tango approved, tail to the northwest.
All right, push on to Tango, tail north, Southwest 514.
Number 529 Delta Victor, another ground.
Okay, so here we go. Number 2 engine we'll start with.
Ground, good evening. Frontier Flight 1227 is ready for taxi with Mike.
Frontier Flight 1227, thank you for information. November is now current. Altimeter 3031. Got my 3-run right to activate Yankee Papa.
Okay, 20%. We'll get the engine fired up. Let's go ahead and fetch Yankee, November.
Papa, Tango, and confirm which echo for Frontier Flight
3031. And no other significant changes.
You can take any of the echoes. Echoes just uses the general taxiway. So, Echo 3.
Alright, Roger, we'll just pick the prettiest one, which is
Pick the prettiest one, I love it.
Love to hear.
Alright, pack back on, generator on, pack off, ground start. Wait for 20%. Fuel coming in.
Number 529 Delta Victor, Midway.
Every time I hear that Delta Victor, man, throws me for a loop. Alright, 2 start complete. Pack back on. Generator on. We got the engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, ISO valve off, and APU off. We're resetting the parking brake. We can go ahead and close that. Control surfaces all checked. Obviously, we would be checking the movement of the control surfaces, not really the movement of the interior controls. And then we'll go ahead and set flaps 5. Trim was just...
That's perfectly fine. Atlantic via Yankee 4.
There we go.
Alright, taxi to parking Yankee.
So flap set, trim set.
Ground 6 Papa Charlie Kappa on November, report the Atlantic.
Ground November 318 Papa Charlie, radio check. November 318 Papa Charlie, 555. Roger that, thank you. Ground November 318 Papa Charlie, you just want to test down to taxi down to Atlantic.
Okay, probe heat is on and...
Sure. Yeah. Alright. Let me know when you're ready. I'm good, go ahead. Well, I gotta get the engine started. Give me 1 sec. Alright, yeah, not at all. Victor, is that?
November.
Victor Papa Charlie, Mike Alpha, are you with me?
Yes, sir, we're going to Atlantic.
Oh, you're the one who wanted to go to Atlantic. Okay, taxi to Atlantic via hotel. How do I want to do this? Yeah, taxi via Hotel Yankee. Hold short of runway 3 on that. No wonder I was so confused.
Hotel Yankee 403 on right, and for return for the cross 22.
Hey, cross 22 right, 22 left on Hotel, then right on Yankee, hold short of runway 3 right.
Try to cross 22 Central right, Yankee, which is the right for Charlie Mike Alpha. Thanks.
Ground Southwest 514 off Bravo 25 with November. We're ready to taxi.
I thought you were the one that wanted to go to Atlantic. No, you're good. No worries, no worries.
Ground Southwest 514. Sorry, I just stepped on somebody. Off of Bravo 25 with November. Ready to taxi.
Alright, you talk at the same time. One at a time, please.
United 16 on November.
Alright, United 816, take your parking deck.
Yeah, just any place, Concourse C.
Alright, United 816, taxi to Charlie Camp Concourse via Hotel Yankee. Cross runway 22 right, 22 left on Hotel.
Hotel Yankee, cross the 22s on Hotel.
Melvin stepping on.
United 16.
Ground Southwest 514. It figures it's that guy stepping on me. Hey, Melvin. We're off of Bravo 25 with November. Ready to taxi.
Southwest 514, runway 31 right, taxi via Tango Echo.
31 right via Tango Echo, Southwest 514.
Sorry, Splendid.
1227, follow that Southwest 37 off the nose, runway 2 right.
Southwest, chair flight 12.
Alright, we are taxiing.
Okay, Charlie Mike Alpha, we're show 3 right.
Negative, full turn right.
Yeah.
Linton 7 is here. How are you? Thank you very kindly for stopping in. So we are taxiing out. Let's do a real quick brake check. Brakes are good.
I'm trying to coordinate with him right now.
Midway ground, Southwest 02, we're off on November to the terminal.
Weather radar.
Southwest 3102.
Terrain radar.
We're going to Bravo 16, Southwest 02.
It's way overgrown.
3102, taxi to Bravo 16.
Way overgrown.
November Hotel Yankee Papa Tango, cross runway 22 right, 22 left on Hotel.
Okay, that's November Hotel, Tango 2, hold short, 22.
Fits me very well. Yeah, my wife, it drives my wife crazy when it gets this long.
Southwest 312, taxi via Hotel Yankee Papa Tango, cross runway 22 right and runway 22 left on Hotel. Get on
Okay, Hotel Yankee Papa Tango and cross 22 right, 22 left, Southwest 02.
I guess that's the runway there. So that's the ILS hold short. Alright, so let's do a couple of other things. Let's get continuous ignition. Taxi light can kind of come off now until we're rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead and get TA and RA. Let's go ahead and get a cabin crew alert, since it seems like we are first in line.
Chicago ground, either
That's TARA, weather terrain, minimum departure fuel is 11.4, and we've got it, we've got 15.5. Cabin crew was alerted, comm radios are set. 1935 is the departure frequency, and that is dialed in there.
Thanks for Papa Charlie Mike Alpha. You're going to cross after this southwest here. Gotcha.
And it's just a matter of the lights.
Midway ground, southwest 271 with November, I part of Cleveland.
Southwest 271, November, channel question 1.
Midway ground, 62, Delta 6222, clear 31 right.
Since we're short of the departure runway and first in line, line up and wait 31 right, southwest 514. So because we were holding short number 1, it was okay to switch on our own. Since we are lining up, we will go ahead and get our strobes on, but we're not taking off yet, so I'm going to hold off on the forward-facing lights.
Southwest 312, welcome to Midway. Roll down to Hotel 2, make a right turn Hotel 2. Okay, roll down to Hotel 2 and then right.
And I skipped the step where I spool the engines up before I engage Toga, because when I bring my hardware throttles back down, it tends to kick the auto throttle off, so I do skip that. We will go straight into Toga once we're cleared.
Southwest 312, high speed, keep it rolling, right turn November. High speed, right turn November from Hotel 3 for Southwest 312. Southwest 514, wind 280 at 12, turn left heading 250, runway 309, clear for takeoff.
31 right, clear for takeoff, left to 250, southwest 514. Alright, 250.
2885, go around, fly runway heading climb maintain 3000. On around 3000, fly runway 2885.
80 knots.
Tower Delta 1684, 10 miles, ILS 31 right. That was 2885 to right heading 100. Right heading 100, 2885. Positive rate of climb.
Hey, get it coming up. Pitch to the V2 plus 20.
Traffic. Descend.
2885, keep that right turn going, heading 100.
Clear of contact.
Intervene the speed, make sure it's no greater than
285, I apologize, contact departure
200.
We can make it work, sir. Delta 684 middle ground, or correction, midway time.
Yep, we're here, Delta 1684, 8 miles, ILS 31 right.
1684, Midway Tower, traffic cars prior to arrival, wind 270 12, runway 31 right, clear to land.
31 right, clear to land, we'll be on the lookout for traffic, Delta 1684.
That was 514, contact departure.
Contact departure, southwest 514, we'll see it. Sounds like he tried to squeeze us and we didn't get out quick enough. Oh well. Chicago departure, southwest 514, 3000. .28.2, I guess. Yeah, they never gave us the updated frequency, but it looks like it's 28.2.
Southwest 97, 9378, contact over here, Midway Tower rather, 135.2.
Midway Tower 352, Southwest 9378.
Straight wings 213, climb maintain 15,000.
15,000,
And 213 clear direct descent.
Chicago approach, Southwest 2839 is at 6,000 going to 5,000.
Southwest 2839, Chicago approach.
Ezra GT, yeah, we're on the VATSIM network, so these are all real people. Chicago departure, Southwest 514, 3000.
Southwest 514, turn right, clear direct pumpkin, climb maintain 15,000.
Direct Pumpkin 15,000 for Southwest 514.
Direct Southwest 2885, go again on the approach.
2885, Chicago approach, hello and welcome, turn right heading 130.
So 15,000.
Right heading 130, Southwest 2885.
Kick it into altitude intervention.
Chicago Center closing, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, 4549.
And then direct Pumpkin, we're just...
Chicago Center closing, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Southwest 514, we'll see.
Tango Romeo Sierra 7, cleared left through right approach.
Let's just get direct Pumpkin,
Left, 31 right approach,
execute, and LNAV.
1340, cleared left through right approach.
Clear left, 31 right, Southwest 1340.
November 427 Romeo Charlie.
And since we are we in the Bravo at this point?
I can take 315 just needed.
Yeah, we're above 4,000, so now we can go to 250.
I'm gonna get you on the localizer and low first, and then you can expect to.
So when we're below the Bravo, we're limited to 200. Now that we're in the Bravo, we're limited to 250. Get that final notch of flaps up. And then post-departure stuff that we've kind of deferred. Continuous ignition can come off. Gear handle can be centered, and auto brake RTO canceled.
You want straight up? Straight in. Oh, straight in Midway? Okay, sure. Make a approach Midway from the south, please. Approach Midway from the south.
All right.
Stay your aircraft tapping up.
So let's just continuous ignition. Yeah, flaps and gear came up. Gear handle was neutral, and the auto brake was disarmed. Okay, so we're good. We got airborne pretty much on time, quarter after.
Frontier Flight 1227, Chicago departure, clear track PQ, climb maintain 13,000.
So here's the thing. 250 immediately upon entering or outside the lateral confines of the Class Bravo. And then maintain 250 until advised by ATC. So ordinarily, when departure hands you to center, the first thing center says is resume normal speed. However, we've just been told like center's not online and we're kind of on our own.
Southwest 3116, turn left, make a left turn, heading 340.
Okay, so there's 10,000. The lights can come off.
November 427 Romeo Charlie, I'm sorry about this, turn left heading 280.
I'm setting 280.
And we go ahead and oh, I never did. Yeah, I never did flip the switch to let us know that the cabin crew was cabin was secure. But I'll turn that off now anyway. Center's still showing on line 33. Oh, that's Washington Center. Yeah, Chicago Center's not online at all.
I'm sorry, turn right heading 200.
So at this point, we'll just go ahead and say we've been handed over to Chicago Center. Chicago Center has said Southwest 514, resume normal speed. So at that point, we can go ahead and kick that off. We'll let the FMC decide how fast it wants to go, and it'll figure out how to accelerate us. But you just got to be careful on these Chicago ones. And there's a couple other ones scattered throughout the U.S. that are like this. Maintain 250 until advised. That's just a tricky one because that applies even after you pass 10,000. Everywhere else in the U.S., it's kind of default, and your FMC is going to do it without your help. As soon as you pass 10,000, step on the gas, and there you are up at 320 knots. But here, You know, you do have to manually intervene and keep the plane at 250 until center says Southwest 514, Chicago Center, climb and maintain, whatever, resume normal speed. Oh, speaking of climb and maintain, I still have it at 15,000. I'm going to assume that, you know, Chicago Center would have cleared us up to our cruise altitude as well, so we'll go ahead and get that set.
You can just resume your normal speed.
Slow it down, 7 Romeo Charlie.
7 Romeo Charlie, turn right heading 340.
Right, 340, 7 Romeo Charlie.
The other thing, passing 10, we should have done a real quick pressurization check. So I always like to say that the differential pressure at 10,000, it should be about 1/3 of the way up. 18,000, it should be about 2/3 of the way up. And then at cruise, it should be about all the way up, right up under the red mark. So everything's looking like it's proceeding normally. It's a little more than 1/3 of the way up, is now we're a little higher than 10. Cabin altitude still looks at a very reasonable 2,000, climbing at a normal rate. So everything is good right now with our pressurization.
7 Romeo Charlie, cleared visual, turn 130 left.
Clear the visual 315, 7 Romeo Charlie.
Southwest 3116, contact Midway Tower 121.
Alright, so now the question is, so we don't have Chicago Center, we're kind of on our own right now.
The 47 Romeo Charlie, traffic at your 9 o'clock, 1 mile northbound is a M860 helicopter.
Yeah, Minneapolis went offline as well, so we don't have Minneapolis Center, we don't have Minneapolis Approach, but we do still have Mini St. Paul Tower. So for right now, we're going to be on our own until we get onto final approach. Right, coming up on 18,000 as we pass. We're at 17,700, and now we're at flight level 180, although we're not yet. Okay, now that we've kicked over to standard pressure, now we're at flight level 180. Remember that difference that just happened? That accounts for why you say it differently. At a local calibrated altimeter, you're at something thousand, something hundred. At standard altimeter, you're at flight level something, something, something. If you're calibrated to a local altimeter, you're not at flight level anything. You're at an altitude of thousands and hundreds. One piece of terminology that a lot of new VATSIM members don't get quite right. But we're in standard pressure. We're climbing to cruise now. The other thing we can do at 18 is that second pressurization check. So now we should be about 2/3 of the way up. Cabin altitude still at a very reasonable 3,000-ish, climbing at a normal rate. So we're good. And we should be on the advisory frequency 122.8. En route advisories is not quite as useful as advisories at or near an airport, so we're just listening to the approach frequency just for the funds of it.
Turning left to 110.
We can monitor the advisory frequency just to be compliant with the letter of the law, even if we're more or less complying with the spirit of the law since no one's around us. But let's comply with the letter of the law also. 22.8, swap it in. And I'll tell you what, we'll transmit and receive on 22.8, but we'll continue to listen to COM 1 as well. So again, transmitting and receiving on 22.8. All that transmitting, it didn't step on anybody because we're not transmitting on that frequency. So we're still monitoring the approach frequency just for the intense chatter of it, but we're transmitting and receiving on our advisory frequency. And there's nobody around us that we really need to be advising of anything.
Chicago approach, Southwest 1340, we're on the go around, heading 100, 3000.
Southwest 1340, Chicago Center, Chicago
Yeah,
Center, radar contact.
What are we, 30 miles behind that guy? This guy's lower altitude, I bet.
Southwest 2839, fly heading 090.
Oh, he's 28,000 feet. But it looks like he's crossing behind us, so not a factor.
Southwest 1340, turn right heading 130, vectors for the approach.
Right turn 130, Southwest 13.
The other thing we have going on, guys, since we've got now a moment to catch up and take a breath, we got our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure. So I take a sentence, I feed it into ChatGPT, and we create an image that is representative of what we're doing on the stream that night. You guys then can add to or modify that image by caching at 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the alphabet serial icon that represents those. The button next to that tells you how many you have, and if you cache in 500, click on that to cache in 500. You get in the queue to modify or add to our image. This is what we're working with tonight. You got me in the airliner captain uniform, chowing down on a slice of Giordano's with a Chicago gangster car driving by in the background, and Benny the Bull at the controls, and then the Chicago Bean right there, back there behind us. So we're just about as Chicago as we get tonight, and if you guys want to add to or modify that image, you can get in the queue for that by cashing in those 500 Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. Bump the map range up a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we can kind of start playing around.
Contact Midway Tower 135.2.
All right, 35 to American 79 up the night.
Thank you, Afghan.
So we'll throw 30 right, since we're assuming 30 right is what we're going to land on. We'll talk more about that in just a moment, but just for the prep of it, put that into fixed page. We'll throw a 4-mile ring around that. We'll throw a 10-mile ring around that. And I did talk earlier. I said I was going to, and I forgot. I talked about why we do that. This is a trick that I picked up from a real-world 737 captain who did a lot of the tutorials that I leaned on when I learned how to fly the 737. And the point there is, and this is all kind of per his company procedure, and he never really did divulge what company he works for, although I think most of us kind of figured it out. That's for a European carrier that flies a lot of 737s, as far as we know. And Band Slam is back with us. How are you, Band Slam? But at any rate, so the 4-mile and the 10-mile ring, they do two things. Number one, when you get to the zoom level, you can really more easily see the airport there. You can see it's got those double rings around it, so that makes it easier to see where your destination is for one. For number two, though, when it gets closer, and you notice this happened at Midway, right? The 10-mile ring is kind of like your guideline. It's not a firm thing as to when you start configuring for your arrival, but you should start configuring for your arrival no later than crossing that 10-mile ring. By the time you cross that 10-mile ring, you should have at least the first notch of flaps out. By the time you cross that 4-mile ring, that is when you should be fully configured for arrival. So your gear should be down, your landing flaps should be set, and you should be slowing from whatever your speed restriction was into your V-approach speed. So those two rings kind of give you those,
Southwest 1340, turn right at 290.
we'll say deadlines, guidelines, but according to company SOP, pretty firm guidelines in terms of when you need to start configuring for landing and then when you need to be fully configured for landing. So the 10-mile ring is when you have that first notch of flaps come out, if you haven't already. A lot of times, like in the case of tonight, we had started slow. We were slowed from 250 to 210, or actually we asked, hey, can we slow it down? And he said, yeah, no slower than 210. So at that point, we got down to 210, and as the planes came out of 250, we're like, all right, let's get a couple notches of flaps out just to be ready. And so that all happened probably, 12, 13 miles from the field, so right outside of that green ring, but it made me feel better in terms of, okay, we're starting to get some of this excess energy off, and we got some drag out so that when we pull the throttles back, the plane's going to slow down a little bit more readily, and that made me feel better about being ready to get the speed under control on final. So So that 10-mile ring is really like the latest case scenario that you should start configuring for landing. And then the 4-mile ring, like that's a pretty firm, like you should be configured and stable by that 4-mile ring. That's going to be basically, you know, between 12 and 1,500 feet there, probably 12 and 1,400 feet there at that 4-mile point. Above ground level, of course.
Departure, good evening, Delta 3681.
Just about coming up on our cruise altitude.
Southwest 1340. Let's see here. You are 3 miles clean. Maintain 4,000 till established on the localizer. Cleared ILS. Runway 31 right approach.
Maintain 4,000 till established. Cleared ILS 31 right approach. Southwest 1340.
Speedbird 9233. Chicago offline. Frequency change approved.
Alright, so there we are, coming up at 320. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs off.
3681, Chicago departure, radar contact, welcome, turn right, direct pumpkin, climb maintain 15,000.
Right direct pumpkin and up to 15,000. Delta 3681.
Southwest 1340. At Gleam, contact.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruising altitude of 32,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs as we do appear to be over top of the worst of the cloud layers, which means we should be in nice smooth air for you as we make our way out to Minneapolis. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, Juicy Lucy burgers, and tater tot hot dishes, so do enjoy that. Sit back, relax. We'll give you an update on the weather in Minneapolis once we are ready to start our descent. In the meantime, thanks for flying along with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 514 service to Minneapolis-St. Paul.
Chicago, approach, console, lead to flight level 193, bearing 18.
Last aircraft, the call sign?
So, Silly Cube's laughing at me with the tater tot hot dish, right? Most of you guys have been around the stream for a while, you know. You're up north there? Okay. Obviously, you know, whenever I fly airliners, and I do VATSIM air traffic control, and I do a lot of general aviation, so I don't do a lot of airliner flying, but the guys that have been around the stream for a long time know that when I do, I'm always going to throw in some sort of a joke about what our food service is including that day. And I try to throw in something that's a little regionally appropriate. So I will often always off-screen Google, like, what are the signature foods in blank, whereas blank is wherever we're headed that day. So this is what Google and Gemini came back with. So there you go. Yeah, I didn't know how to pronounce that one, so I was like, all right, Juicy Lucy burger, I can figure that. It's a cheese, yeah, it's a burger with cheese inside. Yeah, I'm all about that. And tater, I mean, you know, I don't know what a tater tot hot dish is necessarily, but you had me at tater tots, so.
The Southwest 1340, if you're still here, it'll be Tower 135.2.
Yeah, so it's yeah, a little bit nicer food selection than you get on a typical Southwest flight. That's, yeah, hey, you know, who loves you, baby? Yeah, so at this point, is it? So it's a Scandinavian crepe. Lefse. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, it almost a Scandinavian though. It almost sounds Polish in its naming. Interesting. I appreciate that, Mr. Rogers. Next time you're down in town, you can treat me to some, right? I have no idea where we didn't even get it around here. I guess we got to travel to Minnesota and get some. I mean, that's right. That's what Google was telling us. Is we got to travel to Minnesota to get that stuff. I guess. I don't know. By the way, in terms of Chicago signature foods, now I've actually had Giordano's. So there I am in my airline captain uniform, chowing down on some Giordano's. Did it? Wow, it even got the wedding band pretty close to right. I don't know. I can't remember if the... Yeah, I think my reference image did have the wedding band visible. So that's pretty interesting. But we got the gangster car and Denny there and the Chicago Bean. So yeah, we're very Chicago represented in our slant artwork adventure. If you guys want to get in on the action here in terms of adding to or modifying that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points. Get in on the queue for that. Best I can do is Bayside Skillet, Mr. Rogers. Yeah, no, my Mrs. Slant and I are regulars there. They know us by sight. So every 3 weeks, she'll make a nail appointment in the morning in town, and we'll go out to breakfast together, and then I'll just sit there and chill and surf my phone while she's getting her nails done. And actually, normally, so on a Friday night stream, Saturday morning while I'm waiting for her nails to be done is when I'm writing up the show description to put on YouTube. Not every Friday, every third Friday, normally. We'll go to breakfast usually there, or one of the... There's probably 3 places in town that we rotate those. But Bayside Skillet gets a lot of our business, especially in the off season, because they're open literally every day except Christmas.
Midway departure, number 319, just passing through 3800.
I don't know if did I do an official final. Yeah, I don't know if I did an official final pressurization check, but yeah. So I would say like at 10,000, the differential should be about 1/3 of the way up. At 18,000, the differential should be about 2/3 of the way up. By cruise, it should be right up underneath the red marks, and that's fine. The cabin altitude, perceived cabin altitude based on the air density, is 6,000 feet, so that's all good, and it's no longer climbing. I always do those checks at 10, 18, and cruise.
11,500, descending 10,000 from now. 1 check, please.
Alright, so we don't have Minneapolis Center. We don't have Minneapolis Approach. So all of the decisions we're about to make, we're going to make on our own. We don't need the Midway airport diagram. We don't need the Midway 8 departure. We are going to follow the Killer 3 arrival. So we'll just go ahead and clear ourselves to descend via the Killer 3 arrival at some point. But which of these forks we take is going to depend on which runway we get. So the last we checked, they were landing on the 30s. Minneapolis arrival ATIS. So A ATIS and D ATIS. You don't always. Most of the time, you see it you have one ATIS information recording. Where you see this A and D, it's arrivals and departures. So the arrival ATIS at we either just got out of range of Midway, or they just shut it off. But anyway, arrival ATIS into Mini is information Echo 2505, 10 statute miles clear. Slightly chilly day in Minneapolis, as one might expect in middle of January. 3025 is the altimeter. I'm going to go ahead and just get that armed. In an older airliner, I would just set the standby altimeter to that, but in a modern airliner like this, we'll just arm the one-touch magic altimeter switcher. 30, what did I say, 25? Okay, there we are, 3025. And so let's see. Yeah, 30 left and 30 right, visual approaches. So even though it's a visual, I'll program it and brief it as an ILS just in case. 10 statute miles and clear, so cloud bases shouldn't be a factor. But if for whatever reason, we get told to join an approach prior to us having sight of the runway, or weather situation changes, or who knows what might happen. We'll have the ILS in there, and then a visual will just allow us to intercept that final approach course a little more aggressively than a shallow 30-degree intercept. But we'll have it on the nav display just so we know what we're aiming for there. Since we don't have an approach controller on, it's really going to be up to us which approach we get assigned, a visual 30 left or a visual 30 right. Coming from the west, or I'm sorry, let me say that again. Coming from the east, as we are westbound. Coming from the east, headed westbound. You know, logic says that we would be most likely getting the right side. Why? Because, well, you know, it's not a given. If everybody's coming from the east, where they're going to have to split some people off onto 30 left. But you're coming from the east, it kind of just makes sense that you would get that, right? Coming from the west, you get that. Coming from the south and the east are really kind of either, you know. By the time we're coming in south and east. We really could be either, I guess. There's not a lot of traffic coming in from that way, coming in a Mini. But you figure if you split it down the middle, right? Traffic on this side is probably getting the right side. Traffic on this side is probably getting the left side. Not 100% given, but we're just taking a stab at what makes the most logical sense, right? Because there's no center controller and there's no approach controller on to tell us. We just have to give it our best guess. So I'm going to go ahead and say 30 right is going to be the drill. And a matter of fact, I believe I set that logic up earlier, and probably, yeah, 30 right is what we put into the box. So let's start looking at the charts. We know the killer, what is it, killer 3, and if we're landing 30 right, 30 left, then we take this fork here that ends at GQ, right? Because 30 left, 30 right. GQ at 7 and 210. So now let's look at the ILS to 30 right. Again, we're going to probably fly it as a visual, but we'll set it up and brief it as an ILS. And let's just go ahead and get the airport diagram in front of us as well. Where are we parking, by the way? Oh, we're parking at Humphrey. So we're Southwest apparently parks down here at the very north end of Humphrey. So we're going to end up on Charlie, crossing the other runway. So really, honestly, if we're parking at Humphrey, it might make more sense for us to take 30 left, because we could just take the left turn off the runway and be right there. I bet you, all things being equal, coming from this direction, I bet you they put people on 30 left. So let's do that. Let's put ourselves on 30 left. Since we're coming from, well, we're coming from more easterly, aren't we? Yeah, got a fair amount of traffic coming in, kind of-ish. Yeah, let's stay on the right side. We'll sort it. It'll be less likely that we'll cause a problem on the ground. Of course, we still have the tower controller there for now to keep us sorted out on the ground. So, fingers crossed they'll stick around at least. Yeah, so let's keep it with 30 right, and there is a transition off at GQ that should lead us right into this point, Sam's. So let's just make sure that all this is correct now. We've got all the points in line. We got Hinder at or above 240, CMAC at or above 14, Killer at 12 and 280, Huggy at 10, Crisp, and then Stewie at 7, GQ at 7. And then from GQ right on to Sam's and Jacka. So now that we've rolled through that in the chart as fast as possible, we'll go ahead and bump the map range down just to declutter the screen a little bit. We're not really near top of descent yet, although we're not too far from it. Let's run through. So after, okay, yeah, we're already kind of veery. Cable. Yeah, Zinger at about 290, Hender, CMAC 14. Killer at 12 and 280, Huggy rather at about 10, and Crisp, and then Stewie at exactly 11, and then GQ at 7 also, and then straight on to Sam's onto the approach 4,000. And 30 right is what I already have on the fix page. Okay, so all that's looking good, and then let's, while we're here looking at fixes, let's look at the missed approach. So if we do go missed, it is straight to 13, and then to 3 on a slight right to Gopher. So 117.3 and 117 if we go missed. Let's just kind of get that set right now. 117.3 and 117. You know, we got it in the box, but for whatever reason the box goes blank on us. And we've got the backup of the radio. Oh, okay. I was going to say we changed our side. Okay, we're good over there. Okay, so 117.3 and 117 in case we go missed. So approach frequency in course is 110.7 and 301. Missed approach is 117.3 and 117. Missed approach altitude is 3,000. It's straight to 13, slight right to 3,000. Minimums 1,072 on the straight in ILS. And we'll go ahead and get our, so flaps 30, 146, and what are the winds looking like? 250 at 5, so a very, very slight left to right with a 5 knot wind. We're just going to use 5 to add to our ref speed to make our approach speed. So 146 and 151 is our V speeds. Flaps 30 is landing flaps. Just continue to double check that there's no approach on, and we'll continue to transmit and receive on COM 2 with the advisory frequency, but the tower frequency is 26.7. And we're tuning them a little far out here. 26.7. So we'll be ready just in case they're still on when we get there. We might even begin hearing them, I don't know. We'll hear them, or we'll maybe hear some of the planes that they're talking to. And then ground is 18.0. Oh, that's Midway ground. 1807. So yeah, we don't need to talk to them. So 26.7. And then we're transmitting and receiving on 22.8, and then we'll be ready to switch over to 26.7 once we get established on our approach there at Mini. Okay, we're 20 miles from top of descent. We're going to go ahead and assume that at this point, Center would say, well, Chicago Center would probably just give us an intermediate descent, and then Minneapolis Center would give us the descend via the Kilo 3 arrival runway 30 transition, or landing west transition, landing northwest transition, however they would say it. But at any rate, whether we get an intermediate step down and then the descend via the arrival, or we get to the descend via the arrival, once you get that, that clears us now to 7,000. So we're going to go ahead and dial that in. That'll let our VNAV do its thing once it gets to where it wants to descend. So get that prepped, ready to go. We go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. Go ahead and do our briefing to the cabin. Weather there we said was very light winds, clear skies, very light winds, and cold AF. Minus 18C, and F is pretty much nothing. Pretty much zero. There is no temperature in Fahrenheit. In Fahrenheit terms, there is no temperature in Minneapolis. Alright, here we go. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs as we ask that you return to your seats and go ahead and fasten your seatbelts because we are just about to start our descent into Minneapolis-St. Paul. The weather there is showing clear skies, very light winds, and absolutely no temperature Fahrenheit. Just nothing. No degrees at all Fahrenheit. We expect to be on the ground in about 25 minutes. And we appreciate that you were flying along with us today on Southwest Airlines Flight 514 service to Minneapolis-St. Paul. All right. Let's run through the approach briefing one more time here. It's that cold, yet the dogs still want to stay outside all night. I don't get it. Yeah, Silly Cube, no, my dogs, very much indoor dogs. What do we do? Exclamation point co-pilots, I think. So, yeah, there's my trio of troublemakers, but they are very much indoor dogs. So we got the four furry co-pilots, actually. We got these three, and then the chatbot is the fourth. We've talked about him before, but if you're new to the stream, on the left-hand side is our elder statesman, Finley. He's 11, 12 years old, something like that. Oh, actually, the chatbot told you. Yes, 12 years old. Now, he's starting to get arthritis. He's starting to be a little mopey and whiny. He doesn't move around too well as much anymore, so he doesn't look quite as good as he looked in this picture, which was only about a year ago. This is Mozzie over on the right. He's our middle child, and he's definitely got middle child syndrome. He was always the energetic troublemaker, and then in came Keely, our year-and-a-half-old, who is 10 times the energetic troublemaker that Mozzie ever was, and makes Mozzie look well-behaved by comparison. But they're very much indoor dogs. It's not quite as cold here as it is in Minneapolis. What do we have here? So I live on the Maryland's eastern shore. So I've spent most of my life in and around the Baltimore region, and moved down to the eastern shore of Maryland. The very lower right tip of Maryland touches the Atlantic coast, and that's where we're at. So when Baltimore gets snow, we tend to hover about 5 to 10 degrees warmer than they are because of that little temperature buffer off of the Atlantic. So, you know, we're hovering in the low to mid 30s here this month typically. We get a little bit of snow down here, but not much. When Baltimore gets snow, we tend to get rain. We got a little bit of a dusting yesterday. But yeah, when it gets into the mid-30s, our three are like, oh, it's too cold. We'll just go on the floor. And I'm like, no, you won't. Get out there. Oh, you got 3 Dane Mastiffs. So my 3 add up to less than your 1. My 3 are less than 20 pounds apiece. Maybe, well, Keely's probably about 14 pounds. Mozzie and Finley are maybe closer to 20. So yeah, my 3 add up to less than your 1, I would imagine. How's it doing? So we're a little bit below the path, and it's maintaining the speed nicely. So, normally if you see it struggling to keep down to the directed speed, or if you see it struggling to keep down to the calculated path, that's when you know it's going to throw you that message that says drag required. But you can kind of anticipate that, and you can, if you see it's significantly above one or both of those pointers, you can start throwing in some drag just to help it before it even yells at you about it. But looks like right now it's doing pretty good. Let's do a quick double check, make sure nothing's changed with the ATIS. Information echo still current, nothing's changed, so we're just going to put ourselves on a... we're going to follow the ILS procedure, but then if we got sight of the airport, we'll call ourselves on a visual approach. And the benefit to calling ourselves on a visual, even if we followed the ILS path in, is that if we go missed, we don't have to fly the published mist necessarily. We'll just get, some sort of a missed approach instruction from the tower. Getting ready to come down through 18. I think it was, 3025 we got from here, right? Yeah, okay, good. So we'll go ahead and swap that over. So again, of course that bumps us up a little bit because of the difference between standard and local pressure. And that's the thing. So when you're at a flight level, and if the actual pressure is, significantly higher or lower than standard, then yeah, you're significantly higher or lower than what the number says on your gauge. The air doesn't magically become a standard pressure when you pass it. It's just we care less about your height above the earth being exactly this number. When you're close to the earth and you could potentially hit pieces of it, then it's more critical that your actual altitude is close to this number. When you're high above the earth, it's less critical that this represents your actual height in terms of feet, and more critical that everyone around you is using the same pressure setting. That's why you have a standard pressure. Alright, so we hit decel point there. It's leveled us off in order to slow us down. Yeah, it looks like at this point we're the next one in, I think. So that KOW, whatever that is, he's going to St. Paul downtown. So he shouldn't be a factor. The KLM is passing over top of us at 37,000 feet. What's this guy doing? He's going to St. Paul downtown as well. So in terms of our arrival at Mini, it looks like we're the next one in. I'm surprised Tower's even sticking around. I don't know if he's probably lurking on the stream, sticking around just for us. You silly, go to bed. I'm not that important. But yeah, at this point, it doesn't seem to be too much utility in continuing to monitor and transmit on the advisory frequency. So just so that I don't accidentally transmit on advisories instead, I'll go ahead and switch over to the tower. Now we'll continue to monitor advisory just in case, but 26.7, yeah, that's what we're on. Okay, so we're ready to rock and roll with, God, I've been saying rock and roll all month. I don't know why. I've probably used it 24 times this month. I don't know why I'm suddenly thinking about rocking and rolling so much. Recent verbal tick, and it's driving me nuts. Alright, and I don't think we've chosen an auto brake setting, so let's just make sure we've done the entire instrument approach briefing, because I feel like I've interrupted myself several times here. I'm pretty sure I got the frequency set. We'll double check all that stuff. So the frequency 110.7301. If we were to happen to go missed, we would end up on this VOR 117.3 and then the inbound course 117. So, you know, again, we got it in the FMC, but I've got it the raw data tuned in as backups. Of course, when you fly the ILS, you have to fly it off of the analog signal as well. Minimums are down here, 1072. Pretty sure I did that already. I know we talked about slight left to right, no cloud cover. So let's just run through it all, make sure I got everything here. And then we're coming up on 10. We need to do a few things. All right, so the full approach briefing is as follows. Approach frequency and course is set 110.7 and 301. Missed approach frequency and course is set 117.3 and 117. Missed approach altitude, we said it was, better verify because I don't remember. Straight to 13 and then a slight right to 3,000. So we'll set 3,000 as one of our final tasks. So straight to 13 or slight right to 3. If we're landing on the right side and taxiing off, it's going to be a left-hand turn off, hopefully prior to runway 22, and then Charlie straight into our Terminal 2 parking stand. A very slight left to right crosswind. There's no cloud cover to speak of, and we got our V-speed set 149, I believe it was. 146. So the ref is 146, approach will be 151. And auto brake, since we are going to, it's an 8,200 foot runway, and we're going to try and turn off by about the 2/3 point. Let's go ahead and make it an auto brake 3. Alright, so 3,000. Alright, well, first of all, 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and alert our cabin crew. And when the cabin is secure, we'll go ahead and get that switch thrown. Get our forward-facing lights on, even the taxi light. Normally, the taxi light you turn on when you get the landing clearance. Landing clearance is when I would typically just do all the rest of the stuff. There's 4 things. It's the continuous ignition. It's the alert the cabin crew. I'll say that the cabin's secure for now. Continuous ignition, alert the cabin crew. Set the missed approach altitude and arm the spoilers. So we'll do that with the landing clearance, and the taxi light will just be already on. Alright, so 10,000 foot stuff is done, and we're complying. The FMC is automatically complying with the speed limit below 10, so we're good there. And Hotel 13 is where we're going. Humphrey 13. Lucky 13. 151 and 146, straight to 13, right to 3. Good. We could probably shortcut ourselves right to that 10-mile point if we want. Yeah, see how it kind of lost the path a little bit, and now it's picking up speed. But now that it's catching up with the path, it should be able to bring the speed down. So we'll monitor that, but I think we should be okay in terms of the vertical adherence. Okay, so ignition. So alert crew, ignition, missed approach, and spoilers. And then our normal landing checks. And then what's the distance of that point? Sam's is a 10-mile final, which is says on the chart, but it's also right on that 10-mile dotted ring. And it's another 10 to Geeku. So when we get to that point Geeku, we're 20 out. So I think that's a sufficiently early point to go ahead and check in with the tower when we cross that point EQ. We'll just call ourselves 20 out for the visual, 30 right. I don't quite have the field in sight yet necessarily, but and yeah, we are going to continue. We're going to continue down onto the approach altitudes. The approach altitudes, 7,000 there, and then Sam's is at 4 and then 3. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, that's one less thing we need to do. If we just take ourselves to 3, and then by the time we get to 3, we'll have engaged approach mode, so we should be okay there. This might be the field here. What I was going to point out is that we've got this big old fat part of the river, and then the airport is just up ahead of that, right by this other little loop of the river. So yeah, right there maybe. And then after we pass EQ, I'm going to go ahead and arm the approach mode too. Alright, I'll tell you what, guys, getting down to it, so let's start getting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. So no bot command necessary for that on this channel, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate, whether you put the minus sign or not. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, and the next drawing for that will be on January the 30th, our Northeast Corridor ATC stream. Need to have the numbers into the chat by the 500 call, and that if they show up before we touch down, I'll take it. But just to allow for some buffering, get it in by the 500 call. And really, if you put it in by the 500 call and the amount of buffering puts you after touchdown, it's ineligible. So I encourage you to get the guesses in sooner than that. Alright, passing GQ. Oh, we got the raid coming in from the jump seat just in time, friends. Our friends at the jump seat, they have a knack for raiding right before we are about to land. So, guys coming over from the jump seat raid, we're putting in our predictions as to the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, minus sign optional. We know that you need a descent rate either way. And you're putting the guess in terms of the feet permitted at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Closest entry gets an automatic, closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which we are going to pull on January the 30th. $25 gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or Sim Market up for grabs. We're one of the items of our Slant Alpha stream merchandise. Yeah, there's the airport up there. So we are good. Let's go ahead and check in with our tower controller if they're still on. Tower, are you still on? 26.7? Yep. Minneapolis Tower Southwest 514 is about 18 out on the visual, 30 right.
Southwest 514 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 right, Southwest 514. Alright, so we're at 210. Below 250 we can go to flaps 5. I believe at 210 we can go to flaps 10, right? Right at 210 we can go to flaps 10, so we're going to hold 210. We're going to hold 210 and we'll hold it at flaps 5. Should I just hand fly the rest, guys? Let's just hand fly the rest. Well, let's not be chickens. What are you... What's the matter, Marty? You chicken? Alright, let's match the throttles. I should have done that before I kicked it off the auto throttle. Alright, coming up on the 10-mile ring. We do already have flaps out, so no worries there. Get inside the 10-mile ring, we'll start thinking about slowing up to 170. Localizer coming in. Alright, let's go ahead and go. Continuous ignition. Alert the cabin. Mr. Approach altitude 3000 set. And spoilers aren't. Overshot just a little bit, and we're a little high. But let's go ahead and bug 170. Flaps 10. Still a little high. And descending via the glide slip, we'll go ahead and get gear up. Coming down to 170, we can go flaps 15. Alright, looks back in, glides back in, add a little bit of throttle to make sure we're not falling out of the sky just yet. At 46 and then 51. Okay, so 51 is what we're going to bug. Coming up on that 4-mile ring. Alright, 1,000 call coming up, guys. We're going to call it last call for the predictions coming up here. Keep the nose over to the right a little bit, seems. Alright. Landing flaps set and check, gears down in green. Missed approach altitude 3000 set. We do have our landing clearance. It is a straight to 13, right to 3, slight right to 3000 if we go miss, left hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Heaven help us. Landing check's complete. A little bit slow. A little bit high. Let's drop the nose and let the speed pick back up. Not be chasing the glide slope at the 500 call.
I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Okay, wind is now starting to shift a little bit to that left to right.
500.
Okay, and we're almost back on glide. I'm okay.
Traffic. Traffic.
Traffic
Approaching
sucks.
Minimums. 400. Minimums. 200. 100. Sink rate. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Little floaty still, a little floaty. Not quite going to get turned off before the runway. Do some manual braking, and we'll turn off at the one just after. Overall happy, though. Uh-oh. Well, I didn't mean to come to a full stop. I don't think our thing deployed, though. It is running, but it doesn't look like it deployed. I'll have to see if it maybe did log the landing, even if it didn't pop it up on the screen.
514, taxi via Mike Hotel Delta, cross runway 22, hold turn runway 30 left.
Alright, so Southwest 514 Mike Hotel Delta, and we'll cross 22 and hold short of 30 left, Southwest 514. Alright, so we'll worry about the landing rates prediction in just a moment. Let's get the spoilers stowed, flaps stowed. Minimums can be reset. So Mike, and then hotel will be the diagonal one that we break off to the left up here. Okay, is this hotel here? No, probably that one there. Yeah, so hotels. Hotels, this diagonal one, and we were told we can cross 22, but we do need to hold short when we get to 30 left. Alright, let's get the weather radar off. Terrain radar off. Transponder back out of TA and RA. And let's just run through and let's make sure that I didn't miss anything. So we're on hotel, we're going to cross over Charlie, and then we're going to make the kind of the oblique right on Delta, but that at that point we should be coming up on the other runway. We're going to hold short. Alright, so let me run through the taxi and checklist. Flaps and spoilers, propete windscreen, continuous ignition, weather and terrain, flight director's and auto brake. I forgot.
514, cross runway 30 left at Delta.
Cross 30 left at Delta, Southwest 514. Thanks for sticking around for us. Okay, so Charlie would have been if I had taken that one there. This one should be Delta, and now we're crossing. So, yeah, flight directors and auto brake. I did reset the minimums. That's the one I usually forget. Transponder, landing lights. Yeah, all the lights we did, and the APU we got up and running. Okay, so then the question is, did it log a descent number? No, it only logged the one from earlier. That's disappointing. I mean, you can see, it's not that I didn't have it running. I just didn't detect. Well, I guess we'll just go with the lowest, because it was so buttery. So whoever gets the lowest, we'll go ahead and give it to you. I mean, I don't think it was that buttery, honestly. It was floaty. I don't think it was, when I touched, I don't think it was really that buttery eventually. I did the same thing. I flared a little bit too high, and then it dropped on. But I don't think it dropped as egregiously as it did last time. I mean, if I had to guess, it was probably in the 130s, 140s, but...
70 times, Sun Country 653, pushback on the Delta. We have departure information, Sierra.
Country 653 Minneapolis Tower, push on to Delta approved.
But because we did not get a score, I'm just going to go ahead and give it to whoever was lowest. I'll tell you what, we'll do two. We'll give it to whoever was lowest, and then we'll also give one to whoever had closest to 135. So, are these actually here? I'm assuming these are just static. I have not figured out how to turn off all the freaking ground traffic. You know, in the scenario, I definitely said no traffic. You know, there is one.
Minneapolis Tower, Southwest 1404 is on 12-mile final for the.
There's one of these aircraft is actually a VATSIM member, VATSIM pilot.
Southwest 1404 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Let's grab this one here.
Clear to land, runway 30 left, Southwest 1404.
Yeah, Princess Ash says, remember to turn off your ground proximity warning system or the river will trick you into a sink rate. Yeah, we did get a couple sink rate calls there. I don't know if I know how to shut off the GPWS, to be honest. Overall, I felt pretty decent. About the execution. You know, we're a little bit glide slope chasey. Around the 1000 call, but I felt pretty comfortable with where we were by the 500 call. Alright, and yeah, taxi light should have come off as we turned onto the ramp. Oops. Okay, well, so I'll worry about the landing rate in a minute. Again, I felt 135-ish about it, but since I don't have firm stats on that, we'll give it to whoever was lowest, and if that ends up being the same person, then we'll just give the one ticket, not two. But anyway, we'll get to that when we get there. Let me get the plane shut down. Go ahead and get the APU supplying us electricity and bleed power. Engine bleeds can come off. All right, we can go ahead and pull both of those suckers into cutoff. The co-pilot kneeboard panel has the switches to turn off. Oh, okay, well, I'm not going over there. Won't worry about it. Up here somewhere? Oh, these? I see. Yeah, no, I'm not going to worry about that. TIL, though. File under TIL. Anyway, so we got the cutoffs. Let's jump back up top. And we can get the fuel pumps off. We'll keep the left inner on. Hydro pumps and the packs. We are about to shift over into ground AC, so shut the packs off for now. Anti-collision light can come off. Wheel well light can come on. Seatbelts and chime can come off. We can get down here and get to our ground services. We'll set some wheel chocks. Get ground power and AC running. Come back and we'll get the doors open. Entry. And we'll get the cargo and equipment hatches open. We can head down to the bottom here. Get that over on the standby. 2000. Alright. Up top, we can go ahead and switch over to ground power. And with ground power now being provided and ground AC being provided, now we can shut off the APU bleed, isovalve auto. We got electricity coming already, so we can shut off the APU and the fuel pump. Okay, so we're going to do a real quick check of my predictions, and then we'll check your predictions. And timing was all pretty much spot on in terms of our departure. So let's see how we did. Expected to be down at 11:20. It's 11:26, or actually this one here. Kind of disregard those lines. But 11:20 is when we expected to be down. It's 11:26, and we should have 11.7 in the tanks. However, remember we were 2,000 short on the first leg, so I'm gonna say probably 97 is our prediction. And we got 8,800. Okay, well, we did have some pretty bad headwinds, or I might just have to realize that this plane consumes fuel at a slightly higher rate than the 700 series did for flights in 2020. So if I find myself consistently coming up short on both eastbound and westbound flights, then I'll adjust those consumption numbers just a little bit and try and get them a little more dialed in. But yeah, it's not too bad. Timing worked out okay, and again, the headwind accounted for with a little bit of the delay. Let's see where you guys were with the predictions again. Yeah, look, there weren't too many numbers here. So you guys came up with 195, 227, 300, 187, 201, 175, 275. So who would have been close? If I said 135-ish is how it felt, whether or not that is accurate, and it's just, I don't know, the best I got because the thing didn't deploy. Who had the, well, first of all, who had the de facto lowest guess? Was it Jay McKenz with the 187? No, it was Frankie with the 175. So Frankie would have been the lowest at the 175 and also closest to the 135 that I speculated it. So we'll go ahead and just give it to Frankie. Seems as fair as I can do based on that little stats pop-up not deploying. And that happens to us infrequently, but it does happen. So we'll go ahead and give the win to Frankie. Gotcha. Liquid Dinosaur says it's in graphics and then under global rendering. Okay, for the static traffic. Cool deal. Yeah, I thought I went through all those pages when I first started the sim, and obviously I missed a page or something somewhere. But cool deal. I'll get that taken care of before we get to the next one. Frankie Sat SATT Frankie. KMSP on what is it? 19 today? Yeah, man. Holy cow. All right, friends. Well, thank you. Gotcha. Yeah. Liquid Dinosaur. That is the truth. Yeah, 2/3 of the way through, Frankie. Well, congrats on the win also. I've seen them reset after changing other settings, so you may have done it, and then MSFS decided in its infinite wisdom that we didn't really want it. Yeah, of course. So, all right, but anyway, that I'll run through those pages again, Liquid Dinosaur. I appreciate you giving me the heads up on where I should key in my search. All right, let's finish up the shutdown of the aircraft, and then we'll talk about what's coming up. And it doesn't take too long. There's not too much more I need to do. What is the time? 11:30. I'm running a little bit later than a Monday night stream normally does, but not too bad. Let's get the emergency lights unguarded and off.
Runway 30 left, take off.
Let's get the yaw damper off and the IRS knobs off. Logo position, the wheel well lights can come off. Ground power can be shut off.
Power requesting taxi direction to the gate.
The battery can come off.
Alpha 1404. Bravo to the ramp.
Over to the ramp.
We'll, go ahead and close up all the doors. Yeah, that'll include the exit. Oh. I don't include the exit door. Obviously, we'll have left the airplane by the time we close the front door. But we'll go ahead and get all that closed up, and then we'll go back here, ground services. We can get rid of the ground power and the AC, but we'll leave the wheel chocks set, and that will do it for us. So yeah, nice busy Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, except none of these planes are really here, so... Oh, that one's really there. That's nice. Good timing on that catch. Alright, friends, well, thanks for riding along with us. Do truly appreciate it. Of course, our slant artwork adventure was very Chicago-themed today, and I remind you, if you're new to the channel, or if you haven't been here in a little while, we've resurrected what we call our slant artwork adventure. So we take a one-sentence description, we throw it into ChatGPT to have it create an image that is representative of the night's live stream, and then you guys, bit by bit, will cash in 500 Twitch channel points to get into a queue where you can then suggest an addition or modification to that image. So tonight we've kept a very Chicago theme going on. Got me in the airline captain uniform in front of the bean, munching down on some Giordano's deep dish pizza with Chicago gangster car and Benny the Bull at the wheel of it. So there you go. There's our Chicago themed slant artwork adventure. And what I do with these is these become the thumbnail with which I upload the flight archive to YouTube. Yeah, it worked out pretty good. I like it. We did good. Oh, and sorry that I didn't get the Southwest livery. Weird thing, and maybe I can show you. Going to the Ops Center. I gotta check before I pull this onto the screen. Does it say anything about me that I don't want you to see? No, it doesn't. So, 737-800 for flights in 2024, and if you come scroll down here, it says I've got the Southwest livery installed, but it sure did not have it in the SSW. Yeah, I think that's what I'm in. Anyway. Oh, it's split-scimitar winglets. I probably didn't choose the correct variation. That might be what it is. So that's why I didn't have the Southwest livery. Okay. So there we go. That mystery probably solved. I'll double check, but I think yeah, well, duh. We're looking at it. That's a blended winglet. I should have chosen the split-scimitar winglet. That's why I didn't have the livery. So that's, again, user error. We'll know for next time. Okay. We're filing lots of things under TIL, aren't we? All right, friends. Well, thanks again for riding along with us. Appreciate it. By the way, appreciate that. Well, great service at Chicago Midway. Chicago ARTCC just nailed it. They know how to handle traffic. Pretty busy for a Monday night event. Pretty good arrival stream coming into Midway. And especially because the arrival stream from the south and east wasn't controlled, right? Coming off of Indy's airspace, they did not have anybody to apply any kind of metering or spacing there. So they were just dealing with whatever came up the pike there, and they did a good job. We didn't really have any delays, except for the headwind, which wasn't their fault. And, yeah, fantastic, efficient service getting in and out of Chicago Midway. And then we really do appreciate the Minneapolis Tower. Hey, if you're lurking on the stream, we really do appreciate you hanging out and staying on for us a couple extra minutes. So thank you so kindly for that. All right, our normal stream schedule, for those of you who might be new, is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time during the summer months. It's midnight Zulu on the day ahead during the winter months. And so that's the schedule now. So 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu on the day ahead, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we do a mix of general aviation, vintage airliner, modern airliner flying, and bizjet flying on the stream. And we also do some VATSIM air traffic control on the stream. I am actually going to miss Wednesday. I've got a personal obligation on Wednesday. We will be back with you on Friday. Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is when we will be on for you next. And we will be flying the BAE 146 in flights in 2024. We have officially transitioned all of our flying over into Flight Sim 2024 just as of recently. Matter of fact, a lot of you are new to the stream because you've been browsing that 2024 category for the last year, and I've been broadcasting on the 2020 category since I've been reluctant to switch over until the sim was stable and, you know, a good number of our add-on aircraft were available for it. So now that those two things are both true, you know, we've got 4 airplanes that we fly. The A2A Simulations Comanche, a single-engine piston plane. We got the Lear 35 Alpha, FlySimware, our BizJet. We got the BAE-146, kind of a vintage regional jet that we're going to be flying for you on Friday. And then we got this, the PMDG 737-800 series. So those are the 4 planes we're currently flying in Flight Sim 2024. We are officially considering our installation of 2020 99% retired. We're going to do one more stream in that DC-6 flight that we're going to do from Anchorage all the way down to Seattle on January the 31st, our 7-hour flight on January the 31st, our Vintage Cross the Blank, which is this year. It's a Vintage Cross the Ensign Passage. That'll be in the DC-6. That'll be our final stream in Flight Sim 2020. And then the 4 aircraft I previously mentioned are going to be the 4 going forward. I probably have a hole for a vintage prop liner that I want to kind of fill, but I'm not in a hurry. February is a good month for us to catch up with some of the other things that we've been trying to do, such as the pilot passport challenges and some of the other things. We're going to relaunch the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England program once their latest revision of that is published. They're working on it, just doing some updates to that, so we'll run through that series starting fresh again once they do that. So yeah, so just the 4 planes is plenty, and of course we do the VATSIM air traffic control thing on the stream as well. So Friday at 7, we'll be in the cockpit of the BAE-146. We're going to be down in Hawaii. We're going to do some Hawaiian flying, as we like to say, in that aircraft. So hope that you'll join us for that at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu time on Saturday. All right, we need to find somebody to send the raid to. Who are we going to do that? Is Melvin still broadcasting? Stu is up, but he's not doing air traffic control. Yeah, he's not doing VATSIM stuff. Melvin's still up and running. We heard him earlier on the stream. We ran into him at Midway. I didn't even realize it. But we'll go ahead and shoot you over to Melvin Leroy. So it's very similar type of streamer. He flies a wider variety of aircraft than I do. He is currently in that Starship, maybe, going into the look at the Northern Lights. So he's in that A2A Starship, and we'll shoot you over to him. And like I said, if you enjoyed my stream, you're going to enjoy his. We're very similar in terms of our laid-back personalities and not taking stuff too seriously. So do enjoy. All right, let's get that raid up and running. Guys, we talked about the schedule where the full show schedule is underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. Discord server is also a great place to touch base to us, especially since we're not going to be on until Friday. But anything that you saw or heard tonight that you had questions about, or if you just want to say hi, Discord server is a great place to do that. If you're considering getting on VATSIM with us, but you're intimidated by the realism of the procedures and the communications, check out our playlist on the YouTube channel called VATSIM Tutorials, or again, come over and talk with us on Discord. We're a newbie-friendly community, so please join us. We're going to go ahead and shoot you over to Melvin. We'll see you Friday from Hawaii and the BAE-146 from Just Flight. Between now and then, guys, have a great start to your week, and then all the way up till Friday. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures between now and then. We'll talk to you soon, friends. Good night.